Ladies and gentlemen, this is Top Clans 2021 Rules of Survival Summer Invitational hosted by NetEase Games. I'm your host today, Evangeline. Here comes the semi-finals, guys. Are you excited about it? Well, before we start as usual, we still need to express our gratitude towards our partners firstly. Special thanks to UU Game Booster, NetEase Fever, Video, Likey, InfoFed, Goliath, TNC, and BNG. Thank you for all the support and love. And today's matches will be broadcasted in two languages, English and Tagalog. For English, you can also watch on our Top Clans Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, EGG Network, TikTok, and Likey. And Tagalog will be on our Facebook Rules of Survival channel. From September the 18th to September the 26th, teams from the Philippines, Vietnam, Indonesia, Cambodia, and more countries will come together and fight for USD 8,000 prize pool. And what else? We also prepared many gifts for this live stream. You don't want to miss it, so please don't turn away. And guys, it's time to welcome our wonderful casters. Hi Osprey, hi Nikki. Nice to see you again. Hi, how are you?
Yeah, hi Evangeline. It's again a wonderful day to get started with more Top Clans action here. And honestly, I'm looking forward to seeing what is going to transpire for the rest of the weekend. There have been a lot of upsets that we saw from last week, and moving into this one, I'm pretty sure a lot of the teams will also be looking for a comeback, so to speak, especially now that this is the final stretch for the RoS Invitationals here in Top Clans 2021.
How about Nikki?
Hi, Evangeline. Hi, survivors. I'm actually very, very much excited for today because I want to know who will be proceeding to our grand finals on Sunday. So yeah, I want to see more actions for today and hopefully be able to see more from our teams who qualified for today, Evangeline.
Yeah, well, after several days break, I'm wondering what do you think about last week's matches? And how about today's matches? What do you expect to see?
I honestly expect to see, again, as I mentioned, a lot of adjustments from some of these teams. From the matches that we saw from last week, there was a lot of inconsistencies. I think one of them was one of the teams from Philippines, the Ninth Order. Seems like they really kind of struggled, and similar to that, a lot of other Philippine teams seem to kind of just not be able to always hit that consistent mark of being in the top 5 or top 3 compared to regions like Vietnam and Indonesia. So if you're a Filipino fan, this is the right time to push your favorite team forward because they definitely need it, since this is going to be the final stretch, semifinals into the grand finals.
Nikki, any thought want to share with our audience?
Yes, on the other hand, I'm actually expecting different kind of games coming from our teams today because we will be seeing more from different regions like as Vietnam, Indonesia, and Cambodia joining PH qualifiers, qualified teams. So it's a matchup of different regions. So I'm expecting a lot for today and moving on tomorrow for another semi-final round and of course to our grand finals.
Well, guys, thank you for answering, and it's time for you guys to take the stage. Before we start, still need to take a look at the tournament introduction.
All right, that's that out of the way. We have ourselves, of course, a quick rundown of how we're going to be going up for today. At least it's going to be the semifinals, guys. The top 5 Vietnamese teams and the top 14 wildcard teams from Grassroots will compete against each other in this particular finals. And who will be able to win or get that top 1 after the 6 rounds ends within the day will be in the top 12 that will be advancing to the grand finals, I think, happening tomorrow and on the 26th. So this is going to be very important because this is the final stretch. We have a full roster here, 24 teams from each different region in Top Clans, and it's all coming down to this, Nikki.
Yes, that's right. And I think it would be different from our qualifiers last week because for today we will be having a round robin with all of our teams, and they are actually divided into 3 groups, and we will be discussing that more on our next slides. But yeah, I'm actually excited for today because we will be seeing more I think we will be seeing more from our teams, and we will know who's gonna qualify for tomorrow. But let us focus now on the points distribution. It would be still the same. Like last week, we will still have a kill cap, which is 11 kills. One kill is equivalent to 1 point, maximum of 11 kills per round only. And for the placement points, we will be having points per placement from the first until the 14th. So 15 points for the first place. Second place will get 12, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 respectively. So you don't want to be below, I guess, 9th place, so that you get a hefty amount of placement points for your team.
Yeah, and the big caveat to this is we only have a maximum of 16 teams now. So there's very little or lesser teams that you can try to beat down. I feel like placements is gonna be such a big factor in on this. And of course, we saw this from last week as well, guys, that we do have a total prize pool of $8,000 here, where we do have first place and second place, 3,000 to 2,000, qualification for the global finals. And then we also have the third, fourth, and fifth place, 1,500, 1,000, and 500, with all the qualifications for the global finals prelim. So this is not only a good margin of income for you guys if you win, of course. So big good luck to the teams here, but also the qualifications for the whole entire tournament itself. Now, just to clarify, Nikki, how we will be going around these brackets here, we do have a total of 24 teams, but we won't be dropping them into the server as 24 teams. I think that's going to be quite a spectacle, but that's not how we're going to go. Well, how we're going to be doing about this, guys, is that we have 24 teams, and then we'll be having only 16 play. So we have separated those 24 teams into 3 groups, so A, B, and C. And then for the duration of the day, we have 6 consistent rounds here. So it's going to be Team A or Group A versus Group B, Group B versus Group C, Group A versus Group C, and so on and so forth until we do kind of like a round robin of it. And as we end the day, as the dust settles, we will be seeing who the top 12 teams are. So if you guys are wondering, what if Group A doesn't go up against Group C? Well, we'll make sure that everyone has a shot to fight against the other teams that you might want to see them up against. But the most important thing here is to try to get into that top 12 from the 24 that we do have. So we're going to slice that in half. It's going to be really hectic moving forward.
Yes, Azuray. Moving forward, we will be showing you guys our groups from A until C. Now shown on our screens here, we have 4 Valiant Men, 5-Man Esports, A-Right Team, Assassin's Legion, Astig Esports, Bitter Lake, Born to Win Esports, and Cool9Bs representing Group A. And like what Azuray said, they will be playing round robin style. And I think for the first match, they will be going against Team B. So after this slide, we'll be showing you who are the teams for Team B. So for the Group B, we have Don't Me, Elite ID, For Us, Hydro, Isdom Team, Is Fake Team, J Master Esports, and Malice Esports. So as you can all see, survivors, there are different regions now all together. We have from Vietnam, Indonesia, Cambodia, and of course from the Philippines. So later on, we'll be showing you guys our Group C, and of which we have Santino Philippines, Kaiji Esports, Team Corps, Team Nitrox, Team Sakalam, Terror Team, The Night Order, and of course Tyrant from Vietnam, Tyrant VN. Azuray.
I made the mistake of saying it was down to 12 teams. Excuse me. It's from 24 to 16 exactly. So I kind of put aside 4 other teams. Sorry about that. But what I'm not sorry about is that we have the live stream quiz happening throughout the entirety of the day. So during each match, questions about RoS will pop up in the comment section. Audiences can comment the right answers in the FB live chat. So guys, be quick on your fingers and typing, whether it's on your phones or your mobile devices, on your PCs. However, it's your descarte, as the Filipinos do say. And of course, lucky winners with the right answers will receive rewards. And Nikki, look at this. The rewards pool includes Crowbar Chainsaw, Sakura Set Pack times 10, Rhino Fighter Pack times 10, and Top Clans exclusive items. This seems to be better than the last week's one. What do you think?
Yeah, it keeps on getting better. I'm actually eyeing on this four-wheel blue car skin because I kind of like that. And this one looks great too. This chainsaw melee weapon. It's for crowbar skin, so that's really nice too. I think I also want to flex that Top Clans border if ever I'm gonna play ROS. So everything here is really amazing. But I think we will be heading straight now to Gili Island for our first match. And yeah, we won't keep you guys waiting. But while we're waiting for now, you can share the stream and of course tag your friends and support your favorite teams. And for today's matchup, we will be giving you the rundown. So that's gonna be yesterday, September 24th. At 1300 GMT plus 8, we will be starting Group A and Group B match for match 1. All of our matches will be again at Gili Island. For our second match, we will be showing you A and B once again. Yes. So for match 2 and for match 1, Group B and C. And then for their second match, it will be for B and C once again. And for Group A and C match 1 at 16:20, and the Group A and C match 2 on Gili Island again at 17:10. So everyone gets a chance to fight one another. Again, it's a round robin style. All of them will be given 2 matches each to fight off everyone and eventually have placement points and kill points and top it off on our spectrum. But here we go again at Gili Island for our match number 1 between Group A and Group B.
It wasn't specified to me that it was going to be right after each other.
Mm-hmm.
The AB match 1 and match 2 are going to be going straight up again, right following after each other. And I think strategy-wise, this is going to help some of the teams because you're not really thrown into a mix where you're fighting against different teams or different groups that have different play styles, different skill caps. At least if you kind of mess up on the first match, the second one, it's going to be identical because of the same set of teams that you will be going up against. Now, looking straight into this, we did see, I think, on the first day from last week, that a lot more teams from the Philippines really do thrive or really do prioritize dropping at certain specific locations in the map and working their way towards, depending on what the circle is going to be. That circle is going to force everybody to just scooch up to the northern side of Gili Island, but it's still pretty big. It doesn't really encompass anything of the waters, so there's a lot of land mass that at least these teams can try to rotate in. But at least for Squad 3, 13, 15, 6, 5, they're at least already in the safe zone.
Yes, and I think, like what you said, it is better for these teams. They'll be able to adjust as compared to every matchup. They will be different teams or groups to be playing one another. So everyone has a chance to adjust against their enemies for 2 consecutive matches. And we're still 60 here. Everyone's still complete. This is the looting phase. Everyone's just trying to loot their proper gears and equipment for them so that they'll be able to fight off or fend off everyone at the last circle. We're watching Is Fake Midcon. We've seen them during our qualifiers last week, and they did pretty well, and of course somehow dominated a map. I can't remember, but I think they've dominated like 2 maps during the match up last week out of 6 maps. So here we are still spectating Jerry from Isplay. Actually, maybe I'm expecting a lot from them, but since they're also coming against or fighting against teams from Philippines, I think it would be an interesting matchup or battle for these players.
I did mention quite briefly that there was a lot of teams that we saw, I think particularly in the Philippines as well, that really did struggle from last week to just keep consistent. I mentioned the Ninth Order. I think also what what popped into my head was Ninth Order, Hydro. Who was the other one? I think that was also Cool 9 Beast. These were the top three teams that we saw when the Philippine Finals was going underway, but they never really had, or we never really had a two-peat. It's always been just singular victors, but it couldn't be said the same when we did for the Vietnam in the wildcard finals, where I think Forward Development actually did twice as the rank one in two different games. And that really, I think, is a measure of how far other regions have reached here. But we'll see how Philippines fares out for the moment. Now, we are looking at Bitter, who I think didn't really pop off from that last week's encounter, and they're looking to prove themselves. A lot of teams who haven't really popped off from last week gonna have to prove themselves now, as we know that in this particular lobby, in this particular stretch of the tournament, there is so many more teams that are looking much more, what's the word here, consistent and better in just being able to claim top 5, top 3, top 1.
Controlled and disciplined as well, so that they will be able to carry it on until the last map. We're watching Bad Boy from Bitter here. I think there's gonna be a small skirmish. It doesn't have much. It doesn't even have a helmet to begin with. So I think their drop off is actually very unfortunate for this team, and hopefully they'll be able to somehow reposition themselves in a better compound or location for them to loot. But I think someone from Astig will finally go down there, and Bad Boy will be also taken out of our game. So we're now left with, I guess, 55 players in Gili Island for our match number 1. So moving on here with Team Bitter, we have Lake from Bitter Lake. Team Bitter. And they're actually not at Bitter Lake, they're at the logging camps.
I do remember, I think Bitter always was a team that showed a lot of control in Bitter Lake during the Vietnam wildcard finals, but it seems like they've adjusted, and maybe a lot more teams have adjusted their playstyle here as well. We did kind of see again a lot more Vietnam teams be very safe, be very passive as they were trying to move. I think we saw about second, third, maybe even fourth circle that there were like 3 squads still coming from the outside of the safe zone moving in here. That same could not be said with the Philippine teams. I think Filipino teams really love to go for that aggression. And speaking of which, there is going to be a fight already. Aeroid, one of the top 1 teams that we saw from last week, going to be charging forward here a little bit, as we do have Toybot or Tybot is already looking for the aggression on Isdom, who could be caught. Goes straight into the passenger seat, goes for the drive-by, liking the aggression here. He tries to wrap around, maybe leaving his teammate to go as well to finish off the rest, but Dance has been knocked up. Baby Boy also away from the board, and Hunter and Tybot, they might have made a mistake here, trying to just go in one after the other. They're up against a fortress where Tillin from DSI is doing a fantastic job of holding the side of this hill here. And now Tybot, even if he does have the vehicle, it's going to be very, very difficult for him to make anything happen. But as I mentioned, as I say it, he's going to get the one shot down. Isdom still has one more, but that is only a pistol holder down on the hill. And this might be perfect for them. Babybot's already been picked up, and it's only one more from Isdom still to remain. So I think even if that was a bit messy from Aeroid, it's still pretty dang decent how they performed in that firefight.
Yes, and they were able to garner like I think 2 or 3 kills to their belts. And speaking about these teams from Group A, I think we will be seeing strong teams from Group A, such as CNB and Aroid team. And as for Group B, I think we have Is Fake and Isdom, both of which coming from Vietnam. So hopefully we'll be seeing them having a fight off here at our game number 1, match number 1. And now we're watching Astig Don't Cry. They've also shown well during our matches last week, and they're actually not playing it safely. They already have 3 kills, 3 points onto themselves. We're down to 52. It's still a lot of players here in our circle, and I think everyone's just playing it safely, very cautious right now, because they really want to move towards the grand finals tomorrow and on Sunday. So yeah, I guess everyone's just testing one another and not really going ham on one another as compared to our matches last week during the VN and wildcard matches, wherein everyone's really hungry for kill points, and not just placement points but also kill points, because they hardly ever use the medkit strategy as compared to the PH finals, wherein everyone's used the medkit strategy. So yeah, I think since the circle's still big right now, I think everyone's just wanting to have a really good footing in our tournament for today. But we are seeing shots coming from Sam here, but it's not connecting actually, and we're just waiting if he's gonna push or flank or regroup together with his teammates. I think that's gonna be Afri, and maybe they're gonna look for a place to somehow stay for now and have a look at the area for a while.
Oh, okay. A lot more teams seeming to prioritize getting into the safe zone as soon as possible. Still, there are a bit of other teams that want to go for that massive loot. Rust Bay, since it is at the very, very end of Gilly Island, far away, farthest away from the safe zone, there is a whole lot of structures to try to just loot up on. And as I mentioned, there was that medkit strategy that a lot of teams employ. If there's still a full four, when there's about half of the team still alive, they'll probably leave one person just kind of looting on the outskirts and try to heal up, survive for as long as possible. And again, that insurance policy for a lot of these teams. But to mention it, there is a big dub, or there's a big chunk of possibility that you're kind of wasting if you don't try to go for those kills. We saw, I think for the longest time, which team was it again? I believe that was the Ninth Order that stayed on top for a few rounds that we had from last week because they just had more kills than the top one, which was, I think, either Aeroid or someone else. But it really does show that at least getting that a couple of kills, 7, 8, really does a huge assistance to you keeping yourself in the top one slot if ever you're looking to go for that. I know that, again, these teams would probably be saying it's much better off to play passive. If we have to fight, then we have to fight, but we don't have to be looking for the kills. But it do really be helping. But since this is the very start first, we still have 5 more rounds after this. I think teams, as you mentioned, perfectly describe the game. Just taking a more passive control, passive kind of approach as the games progresses. And maybe once we actually finish this first round, we'll see the lines being drawn, and that's when teams start to be a bit more aggressive when they're maybe at the bottom of the barrel, or even at the top to keep at the top. We'll see how that goes.
We'll see how that goes for these teams. And yes, I would like to mention once again that the Ninth Order, they weren't able to snatch the first placement points, the top one rank from all the 6 matches, but they were able to rank overall during the PH finals because of the kill points. Yes, so it really actually works for them. They're not really flashy, but when they are forced to have a fight or a match off, they would definitely engage. But there are also times that they disengage and use the medkit strategy. So it's really the call of their team captain, and it's actually working for them. And now we're watching for Valiant Men. And again, this is from Group A. So looking at the Group A teams for Valiant Men. I can't remember if they placed first during our matches last week, but all I can say is that somehow they are consistent with their craft because they've never been at the bottom. They keep their ranks, but for this game you wanted to be at the top 16, so they are given equal chances of 2 matches for all the 6 matches. Everyone's given 2 matches each, so I think that's fair enough for them to get a good points and good footing for the top 16 to move on for tomorrow's grand finals. And I think it's very, very slow paced. Our game for now is very, very slow paced. Everyone's really safely playing the game. They've been using drones early on the game, and they want to get as much as intel or info as they can get, and they're actually playing already inside the circle. I'm looking at the minimap, and I somehow don't see a lot of teams playing outside of the circle. I think everyone's playing inside the circle, and when the time comes, when the circle shrinks like really small, and I think that's the time that we'll be able to see deaths left and right, kills left and right, and I think that's the time that the players will be forced to fend off and fight off one another.
That's definitely something. For Valiant Men, going back into their perspective, seems like they're getting hunted by Elite here from Indonesia. Much firefights. Brush has already pushed up with the 4x4. Okay, he's hovering somewhere on the side of the hill here, but Gravity do be a cruel mistress. Can't really push up onto that, but For Valiant Men seems to survive ever so slightly. And Elite might have bitten off more than they can chew. Has to back away. ASL on the other hand, the Assassin's League, Sam, coming in for a bit of a flank here from the looks of it. And For Valiant Men, they're a bit caught out in the open here because they have a lot of opponents that is right on top of them. They can't get totally punished if nobody full commits to the fight, but they also have to be careful into this one. So it seems like there is such a bit of a beach fight here. So maybe a bit of a Saving Private Ryan, as it were. But yeah, Steak is starting to knock out a couple of the members of For Valiant Men. We need to get their look straight here. Assassin's League still does have a bit of, I think, time to breathe as they are healing. They do have, of course, the safety of their vehicles, but as is what we're seeing on the overview here of the map, there is some sort of congregation on the beach side to the northwest of Observatory, and this is creating some sort of vacuum for the teams. Even at the southeastern side, teams 14 and 16, that is Fake as well as Malice, heading toe-to-toe with each other. And this is where I think we're going to see a lot more teams start to dwindle down. You mentioned it as well. This is where the circle really forces teams to try to get as good of a location as possible. And of course, that doesn't mean that nobody's going to just give it freely. Everybody looking to go for this very, very deadly firefight. Aeon as well as Sam from ASL still holding on true. Vehicle seems to be incapacitated for a moment, but they're not going to be holding off their push, as it seems like Astig is just one off away from being knocked out. Hanging for life, definitely will try to hang on for that dear HP Barfizz, as he is just one tap away from getting knocked off the face of the earth, knocked off the face of Gilly Island. And ASL, a team that was, I think, below average, now finding a bit of success with 5 kills already to their name, looking to come back in the semifinals for today.
Yes, and now I'm thinking if these teams actually maybe did not play it better last time. Maybe they're actually hiding their strategy because they're performing well today. I mean, look at that. They already have 6 kills as compared to their what they shown us last week. This is really better, but I think it's not really on a good position here, as Rodre is on top of him, having the upper ground advantage. So let's see what's gonna happen here after Afri patches himself up. He only has like 30% for his helmet and 25% for the vest. But let's move on here with Don't Me Ciela with that RPG, but beating down Cyberpunk is receiving damage here from Vantian. He's gonna go down there, both of which Branstel will also go down. Same with Jerry there, and this is a bloodbath here. So I think Vantian will be pushing in, giving the final touches and final score for his teams, and hopefully be able to Mitcon there and save someone from is fake. But I think it's too late because Jerry has already been eliminated, but 66 kills already for is fake here, and giving a really good points for our first match here for is fake. They really shown well last week, and I think they're bringing their consistency and their hunger for kills and placement points here on our game number 1 for our map number 1. And we're only left now with 25 players, and I think there's an ample amount of teams that are still outside with their insurance strategy probably, and Afri here, and I'm making an assumption that they've already eliminated Rodre, or perhaps Rodre disengaged.
Could have, but I don't think it was. Maybe because I'm just thinking It's way too out in the open here. The beach doesn't really give you that escape ability to, or not really escape ability, but rather, yeah, escape ability. But we'll see how that goes. Maybe we'll see him later on as we search from team to team. Still up and running here, but Malice might not be for a couple more as they've been spotted by Isfake, who is still at the forward push. Jerry's out of the equation. He's been fantastic from what we saw with Isfake, but even so, the rest of the Isfake team, they're a really potent mix. They're a really potent bunch, and that's why we saw them as one of the top ones. Podium finishers from the week's match from last. In any case here, Bash just about taken away. Silva's going to be the only one to survive, and I don't think he's going to be able to pick up Bash here. He might have already just abandoned his teammate, picked up as many loadouts or inventory as he can, and just would probably play snail method. I just kind of describe it as it is. He's going to take a much slower pace here, doesn't want to get spotted by anybody, and just try to hope that within these 20 teams left, he can probably still get into the top 5. Get those nice little points. As it were, you did mention again, you probably want to be number 10 above because it gives you 4 points higher than what's below that. But even then, you probably would want to get placements, especially if your team did not get any kills that round.
Yes, exactly. And now we're looking at the aerial view of our map here. We can see 1 or 2 members from CNB, and we haven't really seen much from Cool9 Beast here in our game number 1. So I think they are actually really cautious for our game number 1. But knowing that you only have 2 shots here on our 6 matches, I think it's really nice to be playing it somehow with a balance of being hungry for the kills and of course playing it safely for the placement points. And now we're watching Kaize and Ninja, just the 2 of them without any kills, and it's looking really bad for them. They don't have the advantage with the numbers, talking about numbers, and they don't even have someone playing outside of the circle. It's just the 2 of them already playing inside of the circle, and it's gonna be hard if other teams will be emerging and converging as the circle is about to close in now. And there are a lot of teams, and I think they're going to be sandwiched. So let's see if this game or this match number 1 will be on their side. But Taybot, they already have here 4 kills. A-Rod, Taybot, and I think they have a really good amount of supply, medkits, and bandages, and even healer guns to their team. But if they're gonna go east there, they'll be able to sight on ASL. But I think they've already known that there's someone below of them. So I think it's gonna be gatekeeping the ridge if ever Afri and his teammate is about to go inside the circle.
That they actually are a 3, so I'm not sure where the other one is. Oh, Sam is just holding his own on the outside. Maybe he's looking to go for a pinch as the rest of his teammates might be just pushing aggressive from top side. So he's going to be maybe pinching the lower side. This could be perfect if they have a perfect understanding of where Aeroid is somewhere relegated here, but not really pulling the trigger. They're holding off for as long as possible. Xylon, he's picked up a 4x4. Okay, they're going to use this to maybe transition or maybe as a form of cover. Again, destroying a vehicle, and that's a bada bing, bada boom. It's a very easy form of blockage that you can use to kind of set your sights behind while people are firing bullets at you. It also gives him much better coverage as he tries to scout forward so that his team can follow up. Nobody's going to get destroyed as they try to go for a better position. And this circle out in the open, actually. I think it seems in the hills near Observatory. So there's not really much cover in this. So you have to make do with what you have. Ion now spots one into his the reticle of his eye, and they're seeming to be pushing here up against Aeroid's high bot out in the open. Okay. Oh, that's going to be a big one. ASL not far behind. And Ion, he's going to be happy with that. He's going to be able to get more coverage in this high ground. And now this is looking way better for ASL, who's still 3-man strong.
Yes, and we're still here with ASL, and like I said, they really not performed well or below average, but they're really showing what they got here, throwing in some shots. Ayan is actually connecting. He has all the coverage, but numbers-wise, Gustavo and the rest of Don't Me has dominated that matchup. It's too late for Sam to join in, but I guess is it what's for him to get a revenge here? It's not looking good for him as he will go down as well by the hands of Don't Me. It's up to Afri to get placement points for his team. Hopefully he'll be able to carry on. I think he has a grenade launcher. No. He already switched to PP19A and 94, but Gustavo and the rest of Don't Me will get that kill, adding up to their kill points. Now let's move on to Hydro. The numbers are being cut now. We're, I think, like 15 players left. Someone is using the drone here from Hydro team. It did not work well for them, but they already have an info where Don't Me, Stella, and the rest of Don't Me is located at, and I think Exord will be using that info for a flank here, rushing 1v1 with the PP19 SMG. It's actually not connecting because of those cover, but spraying in some shots is connecting, and I think 2 from Don't Me is already down, and it's just up to him if he'll be able to save Aspire.
Well, that's not going to happen. Oh, yeah, he got knocked out. As soon as you mentioned it, Exord might have had a chance, but it was very, very minuscule. Out in the open, no real form of cover, and not knowing where his opponent was really going to be popping out from at last target. It was too much of a tall task. Now, Don't Me, they're still alive. They can still heal up into this and actually have a good shot at being able to get that dub. It seems like they were under fire for a while, but they were able to weather the storm, and this is perfect for them. We only have about 5-6 players left. That is more occupied by Don't Me. Cool9 Beast, we haven't seen them in forever for this first round, but it seems like they're here to fight, and okay, this is good for them. If they can get this, this is a podium finish, top 3, and this at least gives them a bit of a shot, but gotta point this out, Cool9 Beast, they're not really the most aggressive team in terms of firefight, and it kind of shows with their kills, only having the 1. Still, it is an achievement. It is something that they can use, but this is going to be something that they have to overcome as well. Because if they drop in a location where there is going to be a Vietnamese team, I think an Indonesian team as well, these guys, these regions, very aggressive, always love to go for that firefight. So if Cool9 Beasts are not ready, even if they place high now, that might not be what happens later on. But at least for the moment, they're looking pretty damn good. And on the other side of the road, it's DM with a 3.
DM with a 3. They've been revived, and it's actually from J Master who joined in the battle, but he has already shown his location. He is shooting. It's actually just randomly shooting because of the grass there, and it's not looking good for him. But he was able to down someone from DM. Unfortunately, he lacks some shots, and he will be eliminated. I think the last one that we're looking for right now is someone from J Master. I'm not so sure, but if we'll be able to see the aerial view of the map, we'll be able to know who's that final. Oh, is it 5 left? If it's 5 left and it's just the 3 of them, I think we still have 2 more opponents for Don't Me here, who is already dominating the circle and gatekeeping the area. Whenever there are possible attacks coming from other teams which are still outside of our circle. And again, this is just game number 1, but they only have 2 shots in our games for today. So better make the best out of it. Better dominate it. Both kill wise and placement wise, but of course for C and B, they did pretty well, placing like I think maybe 3rd or 4th. Not really good amount of points to begin with, but still it's still better as compared to the other teams who were eliminated early in our game for our game number 1.
Now they're just on the hunt here. Might need to see the overview because I now have an inkling that there's no one inside a safe zone with them. So Don't Me should be able to pick up this first round. That's going to be fantastic for them. And it's only a matter of time. Yeah, as you mentioned, it is going to be 5 people still standing. That's going to be 2 on the outer edges. But Gustavo and the rest of DM, they're in the perfect prime spot to just take a chill pill, relax, and they should be able to clean this round quite nicely. And we are just a few moments away from checking it out. A couple of just movements around. They're not playing idly. They don't want to give chance to get caught unawares out in the open. Even so, and throwing a bit of utility as well to give them that cover is perfect for them. Now here comes the question. Oh,
They
one
have
more
11
remain.
kills.
They
They
do.
max the kill points. Wow. And they will max the kill points and the placement points if ever they get this round. So that's a really, really huge points to take if ever they'll be ranking on our first place. It would be really hard for other teams to go against it, but really gives them a really good boost in our matches for today. Really, really good boost with 11 kills. And I'm not even aware. Oh, it's team 14 and 15. Oh, we still have team 8. So it's still 4 teams left here on Giddy Island. So those teams are Assassin's Legion, Malice Esports, and of course, Cool 9 Bees. We still have someone from Cool 9 Bees. Okay, so he's gonna place 4th for CNB, 3rd for Is Fake. Malice will get 2nd spot. And for that first spot, we have Don't Me with 15 points and 11 kills. They maxed it all. Congratulations, Don't Me.
J Master also got into the top 5. A team that hasn't really popped off from the last time that we saw them, which was during the Vietnam wildcard finals last week. But it is like to see that these guys have something left in the tank for them. Now, first kills or highest amount of kills for this round definitely going to go to Don't Me. As you mentioned, it is going to be maxing out the point cap that we have. So they're going to be netting 26 points from the looks of it, at least coming into the second round. We also saw Isfake got about 6 kills at 3rd place. So that at least keeps one of the non-Filipino teams in contention. Again, this is going to be 6 rounds. So there still is 5 more to go for the rest of the day here. And at least here, I think this is a very good surprise, especially for Filipino fans. Lots of flags being thrown up in the air with Filipino banners on them. So from the looks of it, very strong start for our region here. A couple more for the other ones as well. We'll see how the other Vietnam, Indonesia regions will play catch up. But for the moment, that is going to be for that. So we're going to go for, I believe, a quick break. And we're going to just match the points a little bit, tally it up so we can show it to you guys when we come back into that. And Nikki, before we go into that break, anything that you kind of, noticed looking into our games here? For me, I felt like it was very, very slow, but I think I'll just ask your opinions later. We're going to go to a break now, guys. When we come back, round 2 and so on and so forth here at Top Clans 2021 for Rules of Survival. Welcome back, guys. And we have just witnessed the round one conclusion with Don't Me being at the tippy top. Again, this Filipino team came out of the knockout stage as top 3. And now for the start of our semifinals here for the entire set of these regions, they come out swinging with, from what me and Nikki saw, top 1 plus max kills equals brilliance equals 26 points. But of course, we'll wait for that to show up. Anyways, my name is Astor, and again, as I mentioned, with me is Nikki, and looking good for one of the Filipino teams here, Nikki.
That's right. And let us not forget that Isfake is sitting at second, so it's just fine. But moving on, we still have a lot of a chunk of Filipino teams who made it to perhaps top 10, and we'll be able to show you right now. This is the tallied overall rankings for our group match number 1, and from 16th place until the 9th place, we will be seeing Bitter, followed by 5-Man Esports sitting at 15th, 4 as at 14th place, Elite ID at 13th, for Valiant Man at 12, Born to Win Esports at 11, Insdom Team at 10, and Hydro at 9th. They have here their total points. You can see there already totaled, and now moving on to the half of our spectrum, upper half, we have A-Ray Team at 8 with 8 points. J-Master surprisingly at 7. Aztec Esports safely at 6. CNB securing 5th place. Assassin's Legions at 4th. Mouse Esports at 3rd. Isfake at 2nd. And Don't Me at 1st place here with 26 points, leaving everyone behind. And it's really a good start in really good start for them, giving them a really good footing in our overall rankings later on, when we will be witnessing Team B or Group B and Group C having their matchup at match number 2 today.
Yeah, I was slightly confused about that, but yeah, it seems like it is gonna be BNC for that next one. So that means that at least half of the teams that we saw from round 1 will not be playing, and this one's going to be a new set of teams, maybe a different set of different set of strategies here, but we'll see how that kind of unravels moving forward. Now, I am curious, just to clarify, yeah, okay, that's going to be a big one. So for this next round, Nikki, we're still going to be seeing Don't Me, who is part of Group B, play the second round. If they're looking to come off of a high, go and ride the wave, so to speak. You know, they have 26 points here. They're above every other team that played in that round 1, excuse me, by about 10, 12 points. They can look to do that, to continue that rather, coming into the second round as well. So this is the perfect time for Don't Me to really stack those brownie points and separate themselves from the rest of the teams also looking to get into the semifinals.
Yes, and this will be their last chance for them to get points, because they only have 2 matches for today. So this is going to be their last shot. But as you're right, we do have winners, right, for our viewers.
Yes, that we do. Do you want the honors or should I do it? Because we got a few winners for a certain pack that we have been, kind of dangling in front of you guys. I think Nikki should be the one to do this because she has the more, I think, sultry voice for announcing winners.
Congratulations! Congratulations to our winners for second set pack times 10. Congratulations to Ken Chien Balatayo. You just won yourself a Sakura set pack times 10. Congratulations to Jan Lloyd Tabugo, and congratulations to Joshua Escobar. Congratulations, guys. And it's not just you who will be winning or taking away something from the stream, because we do have a gift code presented at the lower left side of our screen. Later on, you will be able to see that, and you can redeem that at www.rosofsurvivalgame.com/giftgrab. There you have it.
Yeah. Again, everybody is a winner here, guys. If you didn't get the pack rewards, we still have a good chunk of other things that you guys can win, courtesy again of Top Clans in partnership with the Rules of Survival. And I think it's always a great thing to have kind of these tournaments, because it's a way for the game to give back to you guys, the dedicated fan base. And I think that's just a fantastic thing to be able to do for your community. And now, speaking of which, it seems like the top players from each region is starting to heat up a little bit here. Now, you did mention way back when, I think that was last week as well, Nikki, that Vietnam seems to be the head honcho, one of the teams or one of the regions to beat for Rules of Survival. But it seems like Philippines has kind of set the pace here. The question now, moving into the rounds, with these teams competing up against each other, can Vietnam follow up, or will Indonesia or Philippines, one up them? This is going to be a huge boost for anyone, and we'll see how that kind of unravels as we look to wait for our second map to go underway, second stage or round to go underway.
Yes, and while we're waiting for that, while we're waiting for the lobby to be ready, I just want to mention the teams from C or Group C, because they will be the ones to be battling it against Group B. So I think, hailing from Group C, the stronger teams who shown good performance last week is the Ninth Order, and of course, Sequence Team Tyrant, and also Nitrox really shown well. They are the fan favorites. And also Taiji Esports, they were also a fan favorite. Most of them are from the Philippines, so okay, will be battling up against one another from the same region. And I think it's just Terror Team from Indonesia and Tyrant from Vietnam, who are from a different region, but the rest here are from the Philippines. And I think most of them already knows how the other teams are playing because of the screams, and they actually are queuing with one another during pub games and ranked games. So I think it would be interesting how the Vietnam team and Indonesian teams will be able to somehow catch up with the points. And again, another question is, will Don't Be able to maintain and be consistent on game number 2? Will they be able to show what they've shown us during the previous match here for our game number 2? Because this is a different set of teams to be playing against with. So it's not the same team, I guess. It's not Group A. Am I right?
It's not the same playstyle. It seems like we are going to be going for a break here, guys. Need to fix something, a little bit of technical issues. Trying to fix it as quickly as we can. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for RoS Invitational here at Top Clans 2021. Welcome back, guys. Had a little bit of a pause there because, we just had to fix some minor issue, but we are back once again for the Top Clans 2021 Rules of Survival Invitational, now at its semi-final stage. Round 2 is about to go underway, and here we go. Looking quickly into it, it seems like we are going to be going, or we have concluded already with the round 1. Don't Me being the victors, and moving forward, we will be having another A-B match. A versus B, Group A versus B here on Gili Island, meaning Don't Me has another shot, another chance to get top 1 when it's all the same teams that they're going to be going up against.
Yes, and yeah, I stand corrected. So again, for our game number 2, it's going to be Group A and B. Once again, second chance for redemption for all those teams who gone up against Team B here. And because for our game number 3 is gonna be B and C, so again, this will be the last chance for our Group A teams to be fighting off against Group B teams here again at Gili Island, and we're just prepping and going and getting ready, but we will be delivering you and giving you the action right straight at Gili Island. So hold your seats, don't go anywhere else, keep on sharing our streams and tag your friends, and of course wait for the gift codes to be flashed on your stream, and also wait for the questions to pop up because we will be giving away a lot of prizes to our viewers as a thank you for them for showing their support, and of course being here until the end of our games. We still have 5 more games to be played, and we are now heading straight to Gili Island for our game number 2, and let us now begin. And now we are looking at the spread of our teams here. Again, this is from groups A and B. Again, battle for groups A and B for match number 2. Let's go here at Gili Island. This is quite a good spread, and we'll see. We are witnessing teams 14-7 and one more team going straight to RoS Safe Store and Squirrel Depot respectively. Everyone's gotten their favorite spot, and hopefully they'll be able to utilize the spot and the weapons there. But someone's already shooting someone there who has already looted. It's gonna be Lubo from DSI or Isdom.
Isdom just caught from that last game, not really having, I think, much success. So they're gonna have to work long and hard, just to try to catch up to the rest of the pack that has already set their markings on the ground. Now, for the moment, again, Isdom, they were one of the things, I believe, it was Isdom and Isfake, if I'm not mistaken, that were able to get top 1s in individual stages or rounds from the Vietnam wildcard finals. So maybe they can replicate that moving forward here a little bit. But do remember that Lubo wasn't really one of the more notable players. I think it was Tuan from Isdom that always pops off. So with that being said, he really has to step up to the plate now. But the circle, incredibly fair, I would say, for every team here. So if teams want to play passive, if they want to milk the outside of Gili Island as much as possible, I think this is the perfect circle to go about it. Now, looking quickly, Nikki, I want to just pot out where Don't Me actually dropped. So Don't Me is squad number 9. And I think they did this last round as well, where they just play straight on RoS Bay. And would you think that this particular area is privy for very good looting? Or are they just here to kind of, play delay and something else maybe?
I think RoS Bay is really good spot because there's a lot of utilities there, a lot of medkits, a lot of level 3 armors and helmets, especially on the 2 warehouses conjoined together. That's what they call the letter H at RoS Bay. There's a lot of goodies there at RoS Bay. So I think they'll be loading up and eventually eliminating anyone that is already on their way, because everything here at RoS Bay is definitely a good loot. And like what you said, Milk, everything around the circle, because our circle here is placed entirely almost at the middle but quite on the north, but no one has to do the chemical depot and mass out factory, and these two areas also has a really good amount of loots. And going back to Isdome, aside from Lubo and Tuan, Bika also is a really good player, but really kind of playing it passively. So hopefully during skirmishes, he'll be able to step up and show his game. And on the other hand, Thermal Power Plant is under red zone, and I think there's gonna be a skirmish there. But we are now watching for Valiant Man just taking everything here in this particular area. And yeah, for Valiant Man, I forgot where they situated last rankings, but I think they kind of performed well during the last game. So hopefully they'll be able to sustain that and be better than their previous game, because this is the last match between A and B, teams A and B.
Valiant Men was the only team to have gotten a two-peat from the Vietnam / wildcard final. So you know that they have that brilliance in them, that champion quality in them. It's just that I think it takes them a while to make that happen, because I do remember when they got both top ones, and again in the span of 6 rounds, they got it, I think, round 4 and round 6. So with that being said, maybe For Valiant Men is a slow starter team, and if we are looking for them to pop off, this might not be the round for them to make that happen. But once again, I think they have to try to make it, but I think it's much fairer now compared to last week's finals, because we only get like 12 teams from them. At least here it's going to be 16. So if they can keep consistent and at least get better than 4 other teams, they're still going to be in this. Honestly, I really do like how 4 Valiant Men always play. They're very aggressive. And speaking of which, they were actually able to wipe up Astig Esports, who unfortunately, again, at the shorter end of the stick here, always getting spotted by a random stronger team that always seems to have better utility than them, even vehicles, and just literally run them over, Nikki. This is rather unfortunate for Astig.
Very, very unfortunate for them, but they still have one more match against Group C, so hopefully they'll be able to redeem they're able to redeem themselves. And now we're down to 45 players left here. We're watching C and B, and our last matchup for C and B, they weren't able to really get a hefty amount of kills. They just tried to place like 4th or 5th during that round, and hopefully CNB, Renzi, and the rest of CNB will be able to somehow have good loots, because I'm looking at their loots right now. They're just sitting at with level 2s, helmets, and vest, and just really, QBC and PP19 not really good for long range fights. And looking at their med kits here, healing aids, it's not really looking good for them. So hopefully they'll be able to somehow loot another house or perhaps take down another team. So let's expect that later on to our game, because this is just the early round. Everyone's just looting, and we're watching for Valiant Man. They were able to get kills from Astig Esports, but I think it's just 3. So perhaps there's still one more surviving for Astig Esports, maybe just playing for the placement points. And the circle is still big. Everyone still has the time to loot for themselves and eventually play inside the circle, if not outside. So hopefully we'll be able to see more strategies being played for this round as compared to our first round. I'm kind of surprised, because I thought it's gonna be more action-packed, more fast-paced as compared to the previous game. But yeah, I think it's a very, very different round. The Brush here trying to flank in someone here at this particular area. Just shooting, it's connecting, and he will get that kill. J Master Dane will about to go down there and still looking for another kill here for his team. Brush already has 4 kills or 4 points to their belt.
Well, that Brush was definitely swept through the floor there. And this early on with 4 kills, 4 Valiant Men to the road to success, I believe. They're looking mighty fine at this. Yes, they've kind of lost Moku in the process, but you got to give it to the rest of the members for kind of making the most out of a certain bad situation. It's not the worst situation, but Again, losing one is such a really big factor here. But for Valiant Men, seems to don't get phased by that at all whatsoever. And with this, they're looking, I think, again, pretty solid just moving forward into this one. Cool Nine Beast, they were able to reach fourth, fifth, I think, from last round purely just from placements. Now they do need to get a lot more kills here, and this is the problem that I had with the CNB team is they're smart with how they do rotations, and that was very prevalent from what we saw during the Philippine finals, but their ability to fight, especially against these other top teams, really, really lacking, I would say. And again, this isn't anything to disparage the Cool Line Beast team. I just know that they're fantastic with rotations, but they need to add a bit more firefight into their arsenal as well if they want to be able to survive. But for the moment, that is going to be for that. We'll see how they progress later on. And here is the overview for the meantime. We have a lot of teams, and I mentioned this already because the circle was a lot more forgiving. Look at how a lot more teams are playing outside of it. We saw last round about maybe 1 to 2 teams playing on the outside. Now it's about double that, maybe even triple, as there is a huge marker of teams still looting at the edges of the bottom portion of Gilly.
Yes, definitely a different game from previous rounds. So it's always a different game for our players, for our survivors here. But I think someone's eliminated now. We're watching for us here is Shosho with his AWM trying to maybe scope and snipe someone, just guarding the whole area here because they are almost near the circle. Still kind of not a really good spot because I think the edge in front of them is Bitter Lake, and as we all know, Bitter Lake is a really, really hot spot, but hopefully they'll be able to cross the river there, the body of water, safely. But for now, I think the wisest thing to do for them is to just let everyone in for now before they go in. And I think everyone's using that strategy, not going and not being hasty, being very, very patient for our for match number 2 here. And for our viewers who are also patiently waiting for the gift code, the gift code is already presented at the lower bottom, that's redundant, the lower left side of our screens. Now you can claim that. And let's move on to Renzi and CNB. They're still holding on. Their favorite spot is rooftops wherein they can see all the areas. But yeah, I think they haven't really moved because it's still the same primary and secondary gun for this team, but they already have level 3 backpack and vest, which can really help them. But as for medkit, they only have 1 and 14 bandages, so I think it's wise for them to move kind of evading the other teams and on the process looting more areas to get more loots. But the downside is if they will be able to go against a teams with better loots, which will just snatch everything that they've looted. So hopefully they'll be able to win a round, a match, if ever, with their current arsenal right now.
Well, that might be a tall task. Another thing that I kind of did notice as well is a lot more of our other teams here, even though we did see a lot of action already, we're down to 35. They're playing a much slower pace. Not sure it's because technically this A versus B is, or, teams in Group A and Group B are the ones that are not the most condensed with Filipino players. So that means that there is a lot of other regions that is playing with the Filipino region. And by that, I just wanted to point out that it could mean that they're not used to the playstyle. They don't know what the power level is of how good they can approach fights. So they're taking a more cautious approach here. I think when we look at maybe a Group A versus Group C, we might be seeing a slightly more from what we saw, maybe a slightly similar outcome from what we saw during the Philippine finals. But I think for Group A to Group B, it might be just because that they don't really know how each other plays. So they're taking a much slower pace here. If they have to fight, they have to fight. But we'll see how that goes. But as we still are looking at it, we're still looking at a pretty healthy amount of players in the entirety of the map. And it's because of that circle. And all we can really do now is just see how well these players have looted up. Isdom, on the other hand, Tuan and the rest still full forward. That's amazing for this particular Vietnamese team. And it seems with the difference of only just the armors, they're looking pretty shy good in terms of heals as well as weapons. So I think Isdom is in a good spot to make maybe a good placement moving forward into this round. And they're really taking a slower approach into this. I have never seen a whole squad just be prone. I've seen them just run around, but never just prone. This is them taking safety precaution to the next level.
Yes, and knowing Isdom, they can actually play aggressively, but now they choose to be playing passively and really, really cautious because it only shows how they want their eagerness to be part of our semifinals for tomorrow. That's why they cannot afford to commit any mistakes. And now, again, like what Azurai said, the teams who are playing outside of the circle doubled as compared to our previous game, and I think it's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time before our circle close in, and I think that's the signal. Whereas we can see more fights like Team 11 and 7 converging, and that's gonna be Team 4 us and the Born to Win esports here. And I think it's not gonna look well for Born to Win BTW because the teammates are quite spread on our map, and I think 11 just disengaged there and just went past them, and which is a really really wise maybe call coming from their captain or teammates. But we can also see some teams converging like team number 4, which is Assassin's Legion, and Aero team. Both of these teams are sitting at the top of our spectrum, top half of our spectrum. So I think everyone's just don't want to commit a mistake because they still have one more game to be played for today. And yeah, they just want to get placement points and sure kill points. They don't want to bet on their lives in just for them to get kill points. So I think this game is very very passive for now, but we'll be able to see more kills left and right after the circle is about to close. But ASLA just throwing in some shots. I'm not sure if he already has a silencer there. Perhaps he has. Yeah. Perhaps he has a silencer. That's why he's just throwing in some shots because you don't want to reveal their location at this point in our game.
You definitely do not, since teams can always just go for a third party. But we haven't really seen too many third parties, at least at the start of the day. What I do want to point out is we were spectating Assassin's League. Again, they were looking solid when we saw them. Like, they were getting a good amount of kills from what we saw. They were able to also have good positioning and whatnot. And then after we just spectated a different team, they vanished off the face of the earth. And I have no idea what is up with Assassin's League. It seems like they have some form of curse that has just been chanted against this team, and they're not having any luck whatsoever just getting into the top 5. It's a little bit unfortunate, and we saw there was just a lot of moments of brilliance, but they're just shy a bit short of getting there, to that next level. Don't Me, of course, top dogs, they've already lost Gloria, so how will that affect their ability to perform as the round progresses? We are down, really counting it down to, I believe, 34 teams or 34 players now, and it seems like Don't Me already in mode to transit. They are inside the circle, but maybe they're looking for a better angle at the center. Although if they actually are going to be somewhere on the plains, on the flatlands, they could be shot from everywhere else. So they need a little bit of cover and maybe even some height. But as they see that little hut in the center of the safe zone, maybe that's something that they can use as their base of operations moving forward. Assassin's Legion back into their view field here. Zayo's already been knocked off, and Aeon still, for some reason, at a scouting party against Aeroid here. So they're trying to mark one of the top teams that we saw from last week. And Aeroid, well, they're doing quite a bit the same.
Yes, but for sure, Aeroid has already their escape strategy there. I think they already have their vehicle there prepared at the backside of the house. So I think they'll be able to escape wisely or disengage here with ASL. But ASL here distributing the medkits already. They know what's gonna happen. Aeon here with 11 medkits, 25 bandages, or I think he is prepared now for the medkit strategy. If ever he's gonna play that, I mean, look at that 16 medkits on him. But I think he'll be guarding this particular area from Arid as the other teammates, Sam and Afri, will be going perhaps inside the circle, but Hunter is still being hunted here. Afri going at the balcony there and trying to get a perfect sight against probably Aroid. And Hunter finally going down by the hands of Aeon with the AN94. And I think that's gonna be the signal for them to flank in Sam. A bit shy here, probably going towards the roof, trying to get someone from the left. It's gonna be Don't Me Fury. It's a third party. Stella is also here in the battlefield as well. Molly's has been thrown, and we're going back to Sam. He actually did not went straight to the roof, but the Inferi and the rest of DM here going towards the battle against Aroid and the ASL.
This is going to be huge. If they're able to work this properly, this is potentially 8 kills below. And that is about half of what you can get if you place top 1. Again, 15 points. So if you can get 8, that's like 23. That is going to be huge. Well, of course, this is with the condition that Domi can actually survive. But I think they're making some mistakes here. And maybe even the wipeout, I'm not entirely sure, because we can't really see the other members of Don't Me anymore. But this one might have actually backfired on them. They went a bit too forward, and ASL was nowhere near to actually get pinched. They were still holding the compound, and they haven't really done anything that aggressive. This might have been just off timing at the end of the day, and this is terrible for Don't Me. Somebody else is going to be looking to wipe them off, and they were able to loot quite a bit of good utility as well, and that it seems to be ASL's time to just pick it up. So we'll see how that kind of unravels, as this is going to be the outside of the zone. ASL's got to move quickly into it, but do they actually have any enemies in this compound? Looks like that's going to be about a no, and they're going to waste a bit of time here just looking for basically nothing.
Yes, and making something out of nothing, that's really is hard for ASL, but they're trying their best here to hold their grounds. But let's move on to the aerial view of our map here. Everyone's gonna go inside the circle, as the circle's not forgiving right now, but there are also teammates or players that are playing the healing strategy here. But Team 3 already guarding that area. But A-Ride Baby Bot's gonna go down, will be revived, but he's gonna go down once again. Double dead there coming from ASL. But there's a return and coming from Dance there, so it's gonna be a fight between ASL and A-Ride. But I think A-Ride is still complete team here, and they're just throwing deployables, and Afri's already down as well. And I think this is the perfect time for them to flank and push. Someone is pushing at the right. Sam tried to get something from A-Ride. On the other hand, Dance is down. Afri too, and they're just throwing shots in return. I think it's gonna be a fight. I think ASL will get this if ever, because they're flanking in. They're very, very confident. They are on a roll, and they're going for the head of Dance here. 1v1, everyone's just jumping. It's connecting, and Sam will eliminate Dance in that encounter. But I think there's one more team at the horizon just waiting for them to get low in the skirmish. It's gonna be Isdom.
They are not pressing the issue yet, though. So it's either they're not aware, or, I mean, they made a lot of noise, so I'm pretty sure they're aware. But this will just mean that Isdom prefer to get their positioning more than anything else. This general area is still in the safe, so now they're popping a couple of shots. Yeah, Sam's got to be careful here. DM, Don't Me's actually still alive. Jerry's been knocked out, but he's not out. So that means that there's still a teammate somewhere from Don't Me that's alive. So that answers your question a little bit there, Nikki. Or my question as well, is that if Don't Me had a horrendous showing a couple of minutes ago, at least they are still going to be here to kind of primed up and everything. ASL caught a bit out in the open, and Yeah, they're going to have to push forward. That zone has already been closing up, and they have to push through. But do they have anything to actually transition? Maybe a vehicle, maybe a couple of smokes, but that might not be the case of it. And Isdom, they immediately know that they can take this high ground spot on top of this hill and shoot some havoc going down below. And this is going to put one of the Filipino teams, ASL Assassins League, rocking a hard place and have to try to push forward.
And speaking about pushing forward, I think Lubu's team here will be pushing forward our circle as they are situating themselves in a really good position, but still hoping that Sam will get 2 hits there. 2-1 will be knocked down and out of the game, but Afri on the other hand will be eliminated. It's an exchange, 1-for-1 exchange. It's just up to Sam to eliminate 2 more from Isdom, but Kobe will be revived. It's gonna be 3-for-1, and it's not looking good for Sam as he is battling 3 players from Isdom and also the circle. So this is double damage coming from the circle and from Isdom team. And someone from the CNB team will be knocked out of the safe zone, leaving us with 18 players. But this fight here is a 1v3 fight, and I think he doesn't have much deployables such as smoke, or he has 2 mollies, he has 1 grenade. Let's see if he's gonna utilize that, but he is going to make a run out of it using the fly swatter, still patching himself up. It's really hard for him to go even near Isdom here, and it's really impossible, like mission impossible. Someone is at the left side trying to flank. I'm seeing someone, and that's gonna be Ian from ASL. Ian from ASL still alive, helping Sam there. So he was able to knock down Kobe, and that is a nice exchange coming from Ian. I think they're gonna go like pincer here against Isdom.
They definitely are, and Aeon, the bait and switch, the bait and flank, working exceedingly well for Assassin's League. I thought they were going to be out to kind of dry out, but they have outsmarted their opposition, and Aeon literally has the perfect vantage point to get his team out of a bad spot here and maybe even get into that safe zone. They are actually all out. The green is slowly creeping up, and they're taking some substantial amount of damage. Aeon's about a quarter of HP, and he has to hit a couple of these shots in transition, which he does. Okay, Aeon, we see you. Doesn't have a vehicle from the looks of it, so he'll have to try to run in. And maybe this is the final stretch for Aeon, but he's made it work. And from the looks of it, yeah, ASL is stacked up with 11 kills, and that is more than enough. They've maxed out the kill points, and Aeon, he still has something left in the tank. He's still going to be moving forward, looking for the drop of his teammate, maybe some of the one that he knocked off before, get the heals, and try to at least get in transition into that safe zone as he tries to move slowly but surely. Looking into another team here, we have Malice Silva off of the board, knocked out. Not sure if he's going to get revived, but they still do have a nice hefty amount of players that is situated in this compound right near just the edge of that safe zone.
Yes, and trying to cover for Silva here is Mac, but he won't be able to save his teammates there. So we have Den TV. Den TV really shown well during our qualifiers last week. So let's see if he'll be able to redeem Hydro. Hydro's placement points and kill points as well. But yeah, we are seeing Malice here with 1 kill point for themselves. And wow. Brush is once again swept here. He's knocked down. It's an off-cam knockdown coming from our teams here, but leaving us with 9 players. We're about to conclude this game. Everyone's just dropping. On the other hand, Mac has a really good spot here. He has the cover, he has the SR, and he's just throwing in some shots, and it's actually connecting. It's hard for Hydro to actually go elsewhere. And the circle is about to close in. So I think they are being forced to actually engage. And hopefully the TV has a smoke, but he doesn't have. It's very brave of him to be jumping out and about in the open and eventually taking down Mac here. Mac has blown out his helmet. Doesn't have a helmet anymore. Then TV very low, and he's now down. Nice save. Vector kill coming from Drake here. We're watching Malice and Hydro. Mano here. Anoni here trying to flank at the left side, and probably it's just him for Hydro. It's really hard for them. They don't have the cover. They're out in the open. They are battling against another team here. And it's gonna be someone from Isdom, right? Or Isfake?
That is, I believe, I could be wrong though. But, well, that's not really what's gonna be the finalizing blow of the game. It's Malice against the other one, Filipino versus Filipino, and that is gonna be it. Let's see. It is, oh, Malice, Hydro, Isfake, ASL, and DM. So, okay, DM, don't me. Top one from last round, from round one, top 5 now, and we have another king coming into round 2. That's gonna be Malice Esports. And it seems like a great little spread here for them. Able to knock out the 3 versus 1 without really that much contention. And well, kudos to them. Now, guys, we are gonna tally the points once more. And we have just finished our 2 rounds of Group A versus Group B. So that means that on the next one, it is going to be Group B versus Group C, and then another Group B versus Group C for the round 3 to round 4. Nikki, that was a fantastic match, I would say, for a lot of these teams. Assassin's League, I really have high hopes for them now. They're just so near from getting into the top 5 with the amount of kills that they've had, and they got, what was it, 11 kills, I believe. Yeah, out of nowhere. That would really help out their case now. And if they're looking to get into the top 16, that is one of the perfect ways to do it. So guys, we're going to go for a short break. When we come back, we're going to go for the 2 rounds of B and C here at the Top Clans 2021 Rules to Survival Invitational. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a hair.
Don't overthink things, baby, 'cause I know that you do. You've been a stranger lately, and I know that's not you. Easy come, easy go, no need to fight about it. Easy come, easy go, no stress, I'm good without it.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. I'm back. I was just muted for a second. Don't worry. I got you. Welcome back, guys, to Top Clans 2021 Rules of Survival Invitational. So we're here to continue where we left off. We've just finished Group A and Group B for round 1 and round 2. And for 3 and 4, it's going to be B and C. And okay, it seems like the Filipino team's looking to kind of steal the show. Not a lot of Vietnamese that I was seeing there. Maybe is fake for the most part, but they're definitely struggling. So we'll see how that kind of pans out as the rankings is here for us to behold.
And talking about our strugglers here, we have sitting at 16th place, we have Bitter Team. 15th place, we have 5-Man Esports. Elite ID not looking good at number 14 or rank 14. 4 as a 13th spot. Born to Win Esports at 12. A-Roy Team at 11. Astig Esports at 10th. And J Master sitting here at 9th place with 13 points. And I think this is J Master's. I think that's from the team.
Philippines from the Vietnam wildcard finals.
Group A, I guess. And from ranks 1 to 8, we have 4 Valiant Men with 15 points. 7th place, we have Islam Team, again with 15 points. It's triple tie with C and B at 6th place here. Hydra at 5th. Is Fake at 4th. ASL Assassin's Legion at 3rd place here with 33 points. Tied up with Malice Esports with 33 points as well at 2nd. And sitting all the way to the top, we have Don't Me with 35 points. And it's just a matter of 2 points from our ranks number 2 and number 3 to dethrone our rank 1, which is Don't Me.
Don't Me and Malice, which are our top 1 and top 2, will still be able to play because these are Group B teams. And the next one, again, like I mentioned, is going to be Group B and Group C. Assassin's League, we're not going to be seeing them up until the end of round 5 and round 6. So again, all of these points, all of these chances, these teams are going to try to grab as soon as they can. And that would just mean that if you guys are big fans of Don't Me, if you're fans of Malice, they still have more in tank, or they still have at least this 2 more rounds to get in their ballot before we end their run. And then we'll just hope that they have enough points to mark themselves up. But now looking deep into it, of course, it is going to be Gili Island and that's going to be B and C for the rest of this one. And which other teams do we have from Group C? So you guys already know from Group B, it's Don't Me, Elite ID for us, Hydro, Islam, Is Fake, and J Master. For Group C, it is going to be Santino Philippines, Taiji Esports, Team Corps, Team Nitrous, Team Sakalam, Terror Team, the Ninth Order, and Tyrant Vietnam. So I think the brunt of the Filipino teams will be playing for this particular set. And interestingly enough, one of the non-Filipino teams that we will be seeing here that we didn't see last 2 rounds is Tyrant Vietnam, which I think just was a blazing star. They started off really well and they just vanished afterwards because it felt like they always wanted to go for the fight, but their positioning left something to be definitely desired, at least from last week's matches.
Yes, because and his team, they're always on a roll. They're always looking for battles and skirmishes. But yeah, they kind of fell short. They started really strong. So this is going to be an interesting match, knowing that we have a very aggressive team like Tyrant. We also have Taiji. We also have Ninth Order here joining the battle together with the match from our Group B. So I think Group A will be having their breather for now as they wait, and they can also spectate and witness the battle between Groups B and C. So I think it's going to be an advantage for them. They can use the info from these teams coming from Group C. So hopefully they'll be able to capitalize on that, and hopefully our teams here dropping off at specific drop zones will be able to capitalize the loots here. And looking how they spread, I think every spot is being taken care of except observatory. No one wants to go there, but hopefully team 13, which is Isdom, will be able to go there, as the circle is situated at the upper right side of our Gili Island map. And again, if you just tuned in, this is Top Clan's Invitational, RoS Invitational 2021. This is the semifinals, and we are showcasing to you guys our match number 3 between groups B and C. And this is how the dispersion is, and I think it's not looking good for Team 9 as they are being pinched. They're all at the middle of like 3 teams, but we are now spectating Team Sakalam, Awamine, and the rest of Sakalam. Here, Erix is a very, very aggressive player. He loves looting the RPG and having other players have a taste of the RPG, and hopefully let's see more of those explosive plays coming from Eric and Team Sakalam. Eric Sodra. Eric.
I was trying to look. Yeah. No, it's perfectly fine. Eric's. I believe he was the one as well that had really good mobility, even though he was kind of pinched. And one of the reasons I think why Sakalam was able to really reach up until this point, Eric's was the only one who, or it was one of the players that always survived the longest, and that's definitely a great trait. Speaking of traits, though, well, the trait of death is not gonna be for elite. Or is going to be for elite, as the Grim Reaper comes calling very quickly here. That's going to be quickly expended, and they're going to be off the board. That is so quick, out of nowhere. Who shut them down? I think that was Santino Philippines. Yeah, it is. That is just not good for the Indonesian team here, and well, great start for Santino. They can rack up a couple of kills. They're already up to 5, and this is just very early on into round number 3. Wanted to also point out before this hefty little fight here that I was trying to mark where Tyrant was looking to push towards, and they were kind of looking at the river across RoS Town. So it seems like the strategy for Tyrant for the moment here is to try to play as far away from anybody else as possible and try to build themselves a nice little ult, or sorry, not ult rather, but loadout as they try to maybe look to play a little bit more aggressive as the round progresses. But there is going to be a lot of action still here. Terror team being bombarded by Don't Me. And, oh, Don't Me, they're just reaching and grabbing too hard and too often, and they might actually backfire into this one. Still, though, it's only Inku to remain. There's another squad that comes in out of nowhere. I think that's going to be T-Corps, and Inku's going to have to run away, but he got knocked. Oh, Don't Me, you are a ferocious bunch, aren't you? But Team Corps is here to play as well. Another squad, another party to try to deal with, and Don't Me, where are they located? It's only down to Gloria as well as the other teammate. 2 versus 3, 2 versus 4 from what I can see. And this is not going to be easy. They have not had enough time to breathe and maybe recuperate their damages. And this is just a full force of T-Corps coming in to charge through. Fiery, though, he's holding the shots, he's hitting it, and he has done the deed, but not taking too much damage as well. Wrapping all the way around. He's going to get, finally, no! I thought he was going to get knocked out by Fiery. He holds on. What a 3 versus 1 connection. And this man holds on true. What a conjunction. What a sequence from Fiery. Downly from the blazes of hell. This man comes out swinging. Wow.
He knows the verticality of this 3-story building. He comes from the rooftop towards to the balcony, going up again to the 3rd floor rooftop, and again to the balcony. And he's just playing this, guys. It's like cat playing mice, and it doesn't matter if it's 1v3, 1v4. It doesn't matter to DM or Don't Me Fiery. He can manage, and he's out and about. He took away like 2 kills, 2 points from that skirmish, and he went Mamba out. And it's really amazing to be seeing those kind of plays coming from Fiery, because we weren't able to see much from our qualifiers, but he is now down by the hands of Taiji Esports. Unfortunately, who would have thought that he will be clashing against Taiji, a squad of 4. So 4v1. So that's very, very bold, fiery. Yeah, looking at the numbers, he could have won if it's at par with numbers, but yeah, Taiji has the upper advantage there with the numbers, and we're down to 52. And our match number 3 here, as compared to our previous matches, went really, really fast. It's a very fast-paced game, and everyone's just shooting one another, eliminating one another, and prior to which is because our Group C teams were able to witness the fight again between teams A and B, and they now know, they have an idea where these teams are dropping off and which teams to pick off. And yeah, I think it's a really good info from our Group C players here. I think they're kind of dominating our match number 3. Taiji here trying to get a hold of this building, because at the horizon, Team Sakalam is just out there, and I think they already know that there are teams preying upon them. But Eric's very, very vulnerable, but Ops taking in damage from Mine, but in exchange, his teammate's helmet will be gone. And they're now giving away medkits and first aid supplies here at this drop.
I'm not sure what what this place beholds, what sort of magic you can maybe unearth underneath, but teams are just gravitating towards this compound, and we have seen a surplus, maybe 4 or 5 teams already looking to just take this piece of land in Gilly Island, and for whatever reason, it has resulted in brilliant clutches, much amount of kills, and because of that, also an insane amount of loot. So maybe teams are getting what's the word here? Getting enticed by that, or it's just the better position. In any case, there was around 5 teams that was already fighting in that particular direction. Now looking into a different perspective here, we have Nitrous, Natcel. Haven't really seen Nitrous in a while, so I'm curious to see how they're going to be faring off as well here moving forward. Hydro, on the other hand, also fantastic. I think they were able to reach top 5 when we finished the first and second round, so maybe they can do the same now. And Nitrous, very smart team, I would say. Not the most explosive, but they do show really good understanding as well of rotation, so they might be able to use that when the need is very, very dire. But for now, down to 46, and we've taken a slower approach, but there is going to be a fight as Hydro already on the forward push. Nitro's got to be careful here. Seems like they are still going to get bombarded just a teeny tiny bit. Nitro, ooh, explosions coming in from all around. And Hydro, they're knocking on the door. Prodigy is going to be the one trying to hold off the rest of the opponents here, rest of the squad, as he is just about to go under. He's going to go high to the ground, trying to move around. Hopefully he does not get cornered into one specific room, but he is, and that is going to be it. Oh, unfortunate for Prodigy. He just did not have any motion whatsoever compared to Fiery, who just knew the layout of the land. It was very unfortunate here that Prodigy will just have to see the rest of him and his team go under. As this is still pretty early into this one. 42 kills, or 42 remaining, excuse me, and Hydro pick up 2.
Yes, and there's still a squad of 3 here. They already have 2 kills, heading up kills onto their belts. And as for Groups B, for the teams at Group 3, this is their last hope. This is their third and final match already. So hopefully they'll be able to gather a lot of points here in this particular round. But I think teams from Group C are actually hindering them. And teams from Group C are actually engaging a lot, probably trying to stop them from getting a lot of points. Maybe that's why that's why it's a very, very fast game, and everyone's just picking off those teams that are at top. And now we're watching J Master, and hopefully they'll be able to secure a really good spot. of points and placement points, skill points, but both of them now receiving damage from ascetics. And there you go with the fire with that firecrackers. He will finally go down. Eric's for the plank there again, showing us how aggressive Eric's plays. Like he just went onto that house, throw in the firecrackers for the finishing touches, giving his team 3 kills, 3.
It has given them that 3 kills, Nikki. I think she's having a bit of disconnect, guys, but we'll have her soon enough. It's going to be fine. It's going to be you and me for just a teeny tiny bit. And looking straight into the overview, looky here. We are a very much, I'd say, still a healthy amount of teams playing on the outside. 23, 18, and 13, 19 as well. Going to be on the inside. Tyrant have yet to even put themselves in the safe zone. This is interesting from the other Vietnamese team, Nikki. It seems like everyone that's not Filipino loves to go for this really slow, methodical play. And I don't know how effective that is with how the teams have been just vying to play safe and get these nice little compounds in the safe zone, but maybe it will work. But at the end of the day as well, you need a good amount of kills to supplement your placements, because I don't think you can only really rely on just the one. You have to try to get both avenues of point income if you want to get high into this. And case in point, Don't Me from their first round victory, and then ASL, they didn't get the top 3, but they got into top 5 and 11 kills, and it shot them to, what was it, like second, third place? That is phenomenal. Now, moving a bit forward here, it is going to be Team Corpse just playing right across Hydra.
Yes, and during the aerial view of our Gili Island map, I saw some teams playing outside of the circle, which is Malice, Team Malice, and of course, Tikon's team, Tyrant, which is a very, very different play coming from Tyrant, because we know that they love to engage, they love to flank and rush in enemies. So I think they are kind of wise to be playing like that. Probably they've looted a lot of healing items and healer guns. That's why they're playing outside of the circle, because looking at our circle, RoS Bay is pretty far from the middle of the circle. So I think they're gonna root for or probably play for the last 3 circles. So I think they're just waiting everyone to be eliminated before they go in, which is a strategy probably. And I think for T-Corp's Charm, I think they're about to go inside the circle rather than engage with Team Hydra. Because I think that's kind of wise thing to do, to preserve your ammunitions or preserve your supplies before you go into the final 2 or 3 circles in our match number 3. Maybe perhaps get a proper position and cover so that they'll be able to have a preparation as compared to Hydro, who just stayed there. And let's see what's gonna happen here on our game number 3 here. But his vehicle is receiving damages, so that's an intel, that's an information for his team. He now knows that there's someone out there, which is fake, Mitcon and the rest of his fake team. And it's very unlikely for them, but I think this would be a good matchup. If Isfig will be able to swipe or wipe them, it's a good addition to their points, because Isfig is like sitting at the top 4. I'm not quite sure, but top 4 of our rankings.
I think, yeah, it's either top 4 or for sure it's within the top 5. Squad 16, Malice Esports, second or top 2 team right now after the 2 rounds that we just had, is going to be playing a 2-1 split. 2 coming into the safe, 1 still at RoS Bay just looting, getting as many heals as possible, if I'm not mistaken. And same could be said with Tyrant. This is a different time from what I saw before. Econ's one of the most aggressive players I've ever seen in ROS. And the rest of Tyrant seems to be playing incredibly passive and safe into this one. again, it's all about that placement, but how far is this kind of strategy gonna get them victories, as there's just so many squads still alive as the zone is starting condense and compress even further. A bit of a firefight here with Ninth Order as well as for us. We haven't seen both of these teams in our perspective, and here we go. Really big fight now coming into it, as the Ninth Order has already spotted out for us out in the open right behind this convertible, but it's only a matter of time. Pops up already. Danzo can't really do anything other than just die, as the zone is right behind him. Brave able to pick up another vehicle, might be able to pick up bring T90, excuse me, to the safer zone. They're down to 3, but that is 3-man squad, meaning they are supposedly one of the teams here was able to survive with the rest, or with almost all of their members, as the zone or as the circle closes up even further.
Yes, and I think they're quite near it, and I think they're about to play inside the circle now. They have a good amount of loot. We haven't really seen much from the Ninth Order, and they're just playing it safely. They don't want to commit mistakes. Like, it proven them that even though they weren't able to place first place in all the rounds, they still were able to get rank 1 during our qualifiers last week. Now let's move on to Haji and Team Taiji, throwing in some shots, spraying in. It's connecting to the vehicle. He knows that there's someone out there, and he's just made his presence known against this team, Sakalam. Okay, so it's gonna be PH versus PH team. He is trying to get someone, and it's actually connecting, but Taiji Ops will be down, and I think it's about time for him to disengage. It's not looking good for Team Taiji, and he just left Ops there. It's a decision he has to make. It's quite difficult. Low health for the vehicle. It's exploded actually. It's now a cover, but he's now in the middle of 2 teams. It's gonna be Sakalam, a 4-man squad, and one more team is fake Vietnam team. So all he has to do is to choose his poison. Will it be Team VN or Team PH? So hopefully we'll be able to see how Haji will be able to play this out. It's kind of like Mission Impossible. He's now proning. He doesn't have smoke, but he does have a nade and molly, but I think it won't really help him much to escape this kind of situation.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be happening anytime soon. I guess the only real way to escape for Saji here, or Haji, excuse me, is that he just does not get pushed from the people up above the hill. Now looking into someone different, Sakalam, 4-man strong. Almini spotted out the vehicle, and it's out in the open, and it is fake. They're trying to maybe save it, but it's about to just pop. And now Sakalam, they might have an inkling. Are they going to charge forward or go for a safe play and just have these vehicles on top of the hill where they cannot get shot unless somebody just flanks them hard? Is fake down to, from the looks of it, 3, and that is fine and all. Is fake definitely into the top 5 already from what I was able to remember, and all they really have to do is just hold on for dear life. But and they also have the safe zone, so they're actually incredibly fine here.
Incredibly fine. Yes, they're already inside, and we're down to like 27 players still, but our circle's kind of small. Someone from Hydra will go down there. We're watching Taiji here. They're still a duo, and they only have 1 kill. I think they're trying to pick off Isfake there. I don't really know if they were able to do so, or if they were able to do so. But yeah, Haji is still holding on to his dear life in that particular open area. Still can't make a move because one wrong move will cost his life. And I think Sakalam is out there, and he is knocked down using a nade. It's just someone from Isfake. Isfake will get that kill, and I think it's really hard for Irvin to go there and use his healer gun. It would be like a suicide if he wants to go there and heal up or aid Haji. So this is really bad, very, very bad. But someone from Sakalam was able to pick up someone from Isfake. So while they're busy with Taiji, Someone from Sakalam is actually trying to pick off is fake. Now looking at default, the Ninth Order, they already have 4 kills onto themselves. They really love the drones. They keep on utilizing it and they capitalize on it to get information. They don't want to go in without the drone, without the info. So that's really wise of them to do so. And on the other hand, is fake is still a party of a squad of 3, so they still don't have any kills, but I think eventually they would have, because they have the cover, they have the upper ground advantage, and they are also near the circle, and we're about to conclude this game. We're about to see a lot of skirmishes gonna happen here in this particular area.
It is going to be a big battlefield, considering how many are still left when we're so near very small circles here. Now, Taiji, they still have a hope in this last player of them. No, wait, they were actually able to save
Taiji.
one. Wow, okay. I thought it was going to be bad for him, but he's perfectly fine. He is up and running. And what is this play? So he's going to leave his teammate alone. Go for a pincer play, maybe. Speaking of which, we do now have this other team that we were looking at before. And back to Taiji we go. Okay, just get a bit of a slower pace here. They know that somebody is going to be on the other side of the road. Pop a couple of shots and try to keep them contained. I think they've already exploded their weapons. A couple of smokes will just be giving some leeway up against the opponents of Taiji. So we'll see how they kind of react to that. I believe that is Mania that is playing. Could be wrong though, but yeah, there's the pop shots from Taiji.
Yes, and I think they were really amazing holding on to this particular area, and Irvin still was able to help Haji. Haji has already been downed a while ago, so that's a nice save coming from his teammates. They are at the center of our circle, very vulnerable spot, but they were able to capitalize on that. So let's see if they can still continue and carry on. But someone from T Corp was able to blow the drone, but Charms holding on to her dear life here on the reach, trying to get a heal coming from his teammate. It's still like 3 of them, and Dalex receiving damage, and Enox as well. I think they had a skirmish. I think it's between them and Taiji. So Irvin is really good with positioning himself. He doesn't even have a helmet here. He just places his vehicle there as a cover, and he has a lot of covers. Is fake too, very low on health. 12 players left on our 3rd game here. And if ever we can see a lot of clutch games coming from Taiji here, Team Taiji, and it's just the 2 of them, Haji and Irvin, still surviving for their team for placement points. They still don't have much skills. They only have 1, but hopefully it will be able to help them carry on until the last circle. And we're down to 11 players. We still have a lot of teams, and Isfake has been revived once again, still holding on to our game number 3. T-Corp still trying to flank on Isfake there. Let's see what's gonna happen in this game number 3. And we're just about to conclude. Everyone's converging into the circle. Those that are outside of the circle, still playing outside of the circle, trying to exhaust their medkits. But yeah, Isfake was able to get that kill, adding a kill finally to their team. They're holding on for the placement points and eventually scoring or racking up some kill points there. It already has 1 point, but it's just a duo for Isfake.
They are holding on for dear life here, especially now that the zone is just chipping away at their health. Isfake at a pivotal point to try to swing the tide in their favor. There is sub 10 left in the server itself. That circle is not near, but it's not far as well. So they're going to have to transition, and they're going to use this truck to get inside of it. But it could be a bit of a trap here, since Haji is waiting at the precipice of that. Chong is going to be, or DNG Ok, excuse me, is going to be on the rotation. There's going to be the explosion on 1. Our Vin now looking to go for the wraparound. So it's going to be a 2 versus 2. The timing has to be pristine to be precise, or else he's going to get caught unawares. The reposition back into the crates. I do like this. He has good cover, good verticality as well. But the push from Isfake will not be denied. His teammate is on the leg, and that nade was perfectly thrown. Oh, this is going to be just painful. There it is, last blow, and Isfake slowly but surely marching on. There's one more from Taiji that still should be in the game, in the server. That might give a pinch up against Isfake, but even so, Isfake did a good job at being able to isolate, that 2v2 fight to take down the one on the container, on the barrel, or the storage containers here.
Yes, I was about to say that he must be careful because the downside of this kind of setting is the throwables, the deployables. But yeah, it happened onto his face. He just caught the grenades, and sometimes the teams or the players, if they're caught in this situation, they tend to die out. Just they chose to die outside of the circle. They want to deny the points to the other teams that they chose to die outside of the circle. So yeah, we still have 4 players here. We're looking at 2 opponents, and I'm not quite sure where the other teams are at. But yeah, one thing is for sure, Isfake here has 3 kills, and they are almost at the last circle. They have the advantage. They have the loot. They have level 3 helmets and the vest here. And yes, the other teams are just trying to play outside of the circle, which is Team Malice. We've seen them. They've been enduring the circle for quite some time. We still have like 3 medkits here. They have 5 points. So Malice Silva playing it for their team. And I think we still have one more because we have 4 players left in our match number 3. And hopefully we'll be able to see who that person is aside from Isfake and Team Malice playing for the placement points here. He still has how many? I can't seem to see, but he still have a hefty amount of first aid kits here. He was able to loot that remains. So yeah, so this is a really safe game for Isfake. Not really safe, but really wise game for Isfake because they were able to withstand until the last circle and were able to get even 3. But Vantian was eliminated by Silva. What happened there? It's just a nice clean shot coming from Silva before he bids farewell to our matchup, and that's gonna be it. Default for the Ninth Order still have 19 or 40 first aid kits here. So who would have thought that he can still get a kill point there before even dying outside of the circle? So that's a really, really nice shot coming from Malice Esports. I think what happened there is that is kind of play it they were caught off guard because they thought that maybe those teams or players are still outside, very, very far from them. But yeah, they were caught off guard.
They were. It doesn't happen a lot because the distance is too far, but there are going to be those times, and Taiji, or, Isfake, excuse me, or sorry, not Isfake rather, but Malice. I'm going like through all of the teams here that I think are going to be able to reach the top echelon. But yeah, it does happen from time to time, and now Default, okay, he's just out. He's literally just standing out in the open because all he really knows now is to keep tapping that heal button because he needs to survive this. His opponent is just going to be, breezing in the safe zone. I don't think he's going to be able to walk and heal anymore up until then. He's trying, though, but the damage on that circle is just a bit too much to handle. So if he just knows this, he can probably stop healing, but he wants to squeeze in as much ability or option to get the highest peak. And, well, as high as it can be, It's only going to be heals to keep him alive and just a bit more. And that second HP bar is about to just melt away. And we'll probably be seeing this particular player just hopefully try to survive that. But again, safe zone for the other. This one is inside. And he even knows if he's trying to moving, his heal's going to get canceled. And that's just not good.
Not looking good for him as he runs out of healing material. And yeah, Default is just playing it for his team. It's good that they have 6 kills already, 6 points, and probably second spot for our match number 3 if he runs out of healing materials first and then those of his fake. So I think that's what he's waiting for. And first one of them to run out of healing material, and I think that's gonna be the last one of his first aid kit. Not sure, but yeah, I think that's gonna be the last one, and we're about to conclude our match number 3. And as we conclude our match number 3, our players from Team B or Group B will be able to rest it out, because after this, Group C will match up or go against Group A. So Group A has already now an idea of how Group C plays and who is to look out for rather. But for our match number 3 is Fake. Team will take that. So congratulations to Is Fake, racking up all the way to the top, playing it safely, giving more points to their team. That's right.
So we are getting these winners that have performed quite well from last week. So Is Fake was one of the top ones that we saw there in one of the rounds, and they're able to do it once again. I was actually curious how another team, Tyrant, was doing. I thought that the ones on the outside was probably that one player from Tyrant, but it really wasn't meant to be. Malice, very, very tricky, very, very versatile, able to make these adjustments so that they can still have a good finisher even if they're not the top one. So we're gonna go for a quick break, and when we do come back, the third round tally will be shown to you guys, and we'll see who's gonna be at the top of the leaderboards as they try to get into the grand finals happening this weekend. Don't worry guys, don't go anywhere. Top Class 2021 for Rules of Survival will be coming back.
You are the only one.
And we're here once again. Top Clans 2021 Rules of Survival Invitational continues. Semifinals, we've just concluded with 3 rounds already. Round 3 for groups B and C. And now, we're going to be looking at round 4 with another group B and C fight. And that round 3, it was, I believe, IsFake that got the header on that one. My name is Asra. With me is Nikki. And Nikki, here are our points.
Yes, exactly. Now we're looking at our top 24. We can see here third team with 1 point, Team Nitro sitting at 23rd rank here with 2 points. Bitter, 5 Man Esports, Elite ID for us, Tyrant DN at 18th spot, and Team Sakalap. Let's consider that there are teams here who already played twice, and there are also teams who played once, such as Tyrant. So it's all right. They can still catch up. They can still add to the total of their points. And moving on at rank 16, we can see Taiji Esports. Rank 15 is BTW, Born to Win. Rank 14, Team Corps. Rank 13, we have A-Roy Team. Estate Esports sitting at rank 12. Santino Philippines at 11th. For Valiant Man at 10th. And CNB Cool 9 Beast at 9th rank here. And moving on to our top 8. J Masters Esports with 17 points, rank 7, the 9th order. Wow, that was just their first game, but they're already at top 7. Isdom Team at top 6, Assassin's League still at top 5, Hydra on 4th place, Don't Me at 3rd place, it's Fake here at rank number 2, and finally Malice Esports at rank number 1. But let's not forget that it's just a matter of 3-point lead from Malice to IsFake, and both teams here showed us how cautious they've played a while ago. Malice really played outside of the circle, while IsFake not really engaging, but if they're forced to fight, they've shown us that they can actually retaliate and wipe a team if needed. So these are the teams that we need to look out for. Malice, IsFake, and Don't Me sitting at 1st, 2nd, and 3rd ranks. Overall rankings from match 1 until our previous match, which is match number 3.
And looking again into our matchups for today, another BNC match. And this is the final round for teams coming from Group B. So Don't Me, Malice, IsFake, I believe all of these teams are coming from Group B. And now this is their last chance, last stride to make things happen and then hope to dear whoever that when we finish 5 and 6 later on, when they're not going to be playing, they're still going to have a hefty amount of points to make it into this. Because again, you did mention there was very little distance from them, but I also want to mention as well, Nikki, here that there is a deceptive amount of other teams that have really yet to play their all of their rounds. So there is a good amount of catch up if they know already where it is. It's like I think it's like what happens in the running marathons and stuff, that leaders are always the one to have the most pressure on them, and then those playing from just slightly behind actually have the biggest advantage because they know what the margin is to beat, to actually get over, right? So if there's like 48 and 9 points when Group B is done, then they only have to get 1 more point on 50 to actually get that dub. So it's very, very good that B has a good performance already, but it's also concerning because now teams know what they're going to be chasing for.
Exactly. And yeah, like what you said, when you're on top, you don't have anywhere else to go but to maintain your position, add more points on that before you leave our matches for today. So hopefully we'll be able to see how they add up, Team Malice and IsFake, and the rest from the top 5 teams, how they add up to their team rankings, to their points, because this is going to be their last shot on our games for today, last try for them. On the other hand, we still have a lot of teams that still have 2 more matches for them. Teams Groups A and Group C still have 2 more matches to be played for today. So yeah, hopefully they'll be able to set a good score once we finish our 4th match, which is happening right now. And Yeah, we started off kind of slow. It's kind of slow pace as compared to our previous match, and all of our matches they are very dynamic from one another. We can't really compare them because they play very different games for every match, and I think everyone's just adjusting. They don't wanna really be reckless, and which is quite surprising for Tyrant that they weren't really aggressive as compared to last week, which actually paid off. That's just their first game, but it actually helped them to rank. But someone is being eliminated. DM Gloria and the rest of DM who flanked in was eliminated by Elite ID. So that's very unfortunate for Don't Me to be eliminated, like two from their squad early in this round. It's not looking good for Don't Me.
Well, they still at least do have those two remaining, but seems like the firefights are not done just yet. Team Sakalama are going to be on the forward charge. I think they know that somebody is right on top of them. That's going to be Lubo, as well as his teammate here from Isdom. And Isdom, oh man, this team, this squad, just not having any luck whatsoever. Wherever they go, there is just danger at every look and turn, and this is not looking too hot now, is it? Although, who is this one? Cowboy from Terror out in the open somewhere. He and Lolly HP, or Lol 1 HP, sorry, it's not Lolly. Lol 1 HP is the last remnants of the Terror team. And they're playing a very passive game into this. So they're probably just hoping that maybe they can come back into a certain spot, compound, building in Rustown and maybe start looting from there. But that's just about it. Is fake. Okay, they're looking much better now. A couple of good loots here and there, but you mentioned how slow it was when we started this day, and out of the blink of my eye, since now I think we're seeing Group B be this last game or this last round, they are really pushing the limit of how much fights they can take and how much kills they can make as soon as as soon as that plane just hovered over Gilly. And we're down to 54, and this is arguably pretty fast considering how the other rounds were kind of turning out.
Exactly. And yeah, I think everyone's just hungry for the kills aside from the placement because they need to catch up. They know that for a fact that this will be their last for group B teams. So this is gonna be their last game. So I think that's so why they actually engage early on, and Don't Me is sitting at the top 5, maybe top 3. They're really good team. They showed us they stepped up as compared to our qualifiers, and yeah, to be eliminated, two of their squad to be eliminated early in this round, it won't look good for them. I think if they cannot win kill points, probably go for the placement. If gonna be playing it safe, you want to add up to your points. You want to give a really good. You want to have a really good savings of points to have proper footing in our tournament and to be qualified for tomorrow for our grand finals. So yeah, it's really unfortunate for them to be eliminated by Elite ID, and everything here at Resbay is going to Elite ID, and I think we're moving on to T Corps, and now this is the downtime. I think we're done with the skirmishes and we're down. We have the downtime here. Everyone's just looting, but Sadistic, on the other hand, will be knocked down. And oh, someone is flanking T-Corps here, going towards the first floor. Round and about here, parkouring Molotovs has been deployed and given to them. It's actually punishing them, but T-Cons will be down. Smoshy as well. Eclipse throwing in some shots. It's connecting, crying on the right side, but we still see someone from Elite. This is a bloodbath right now, but they already have 6 kills here, and it's up to Eclipse to help his team.
Gonna try to bring around his teammate here. Maybe just try to keep him alive for a few. Yeah, that's gonna happen. But even as we kind of talk about it, even if we try to maybe look at it at a perspective where Elite might be good, Tyrant still came out on top. They got a nice little flank around these warehouses, even though they do provide cover, are very out in the open. Very big entrances where you could just go all the way around and catch unsuspecting opponents. And this is where Tyrant have finally found their stride, even just a little bit. 2 kills, and it's going to be down to Crying as well as Lucas to hold the fort for the particular Vietnamese team. But speaking of Vietnamese, Isfake is here. Is there actually a fight? I saw a burning car out of nowhere. And Jerry, where are you going, buddy? Somebody inside the building? It might be Hydro. I can't see one, but maybe that's because it's on the other compound. Oh, yeah. It's going to be somewhere in the other building here. It's going to be a bit of a siege with Isfake knocking on the door of Hydro. Exort on the other end, Ralph as well, and they have Den right just beside them at the nook and cranny. They're going to be waiting for somebody to exit out, and that is the perfect time to strike. Ralph, he's going to be careful, but Jerry's been silenced, and the fight ensues. Okay, Isfake now actually in trouble here. Vancian going to be getting a vantage point, but at the end, Hydro is showing why they're the team that is one of the top ones from one of the rounds that we saw from last week's matches. Isfake, they're one of the teams that can also do the same thing, but we'll see how this goes. Den is just hitting some fantastic shots as he peppers bullets on the top of that building, stopping any form of that vantage control that Vancian did want. And Hydro might actually be able to come out on top of this, as Isfake, there's only one as the dust settles, and that is Vancian. And I'm not sure how brave he is, but this is a 4 versus 1. And if he gets caught unawares or he gets caught out in the open, that is basically it for Isfake. They have a good standing already, podium finish. But again, as I mentioned, it is a deceptive podium finish when other teams will still be playing after this round. It's not going to be any more for Group B. And again, for those viewers who are just tuning in, Isfake is in Group B. We're not done. It seems like there is going to be that charge up. Oh, the siege onto Isfake. A bit of a sigh of relief for Hydro. At least they're not going to worry about that any further. And of course, you know, just a quick little upgrade here and there. Seems like they're going to be fine for the meantime. That's unfortunate, Nikki. It's okay. We'll try to fix that for you. Don't worry about it. Do not worry about it. It happens. It happens. You know, I think anybody who's playing video games has felt that wave of disappointment. I have been there as well. Do not worry about that. We got you. We got you. That's why we have James too. So if ever that does happen, I'll be excited to also cast with my man. But for now, just to kind of go for a quick little recap here, it was a quick shutdown of Isfake, and I think the mistake of Isfake to kind of force the fight, not really kind of, but really engage and force the fight against Hydro, and not really knowing where the whole of the team is, and they just got caught one by one. And I think Vietnamese teams, they're very aggressive. They know what they're doing in close proximity, but their map awareness, in a sense, their field awareness seems to be a bit lacking. Hydro just knew what they had to do, and I like the idea, but it was not well executed, at least for Isfake. And they take the blow on that one, and with 40 players left, you sure be damn well knowing that Isfake is going to be placed somewhere around middle of the pack, maybe even rank 15, and that is a big blow if they're looking to get as many points as possible in this last round for Group B.
Yes, hopefully they've already garnered a lot of points to secure their spot in the top 16, but we can only hope, because other teams haven't really played yet. There are still teams who will be playing 2 more games for today, because this is our 4th match for today, so we still have 2 more games to be played, and now we're watching Hydro. And I think yeah, like what you said, Vietnamese teams are very calculated. Their movements are actually calculated. Maybe they just miscalculated the skirmish a while ago. But yeah, it actually paid off for Hydro, having 4 kills and still a complete squad. And it's now their time to move and look for a proper location. And I think this particular area is, they always camp here, they always get this area because it has a lot of sight in each angle, especially it's a compound. They can speed up, they can use the rooftops and the balconies as well. If ever someone's gonna flank and push them, they have a lot of areas to parkour and escape or evade the enemies going to do the push. So yeah, this particular area here is a very feasible area if they wanna camp. So I think they're gonna buy some time for now because we still have 40 players, but someone from Santino will be knocked out. That's gonna be from Terror. I think we had a skirmish between Terror and Santino Esports here. We're watching Cowboy, and it's just him. It's just him. They don't have any kills, so probably Santino were the ones who got an upper hand advantage during that matchup. And I think he just needs to go and find the proper location to look for other healing materials because I think he only has like 3 healing materials on him. On the other hand, here Santino has 1 kill. Amazingly enough. So I think they weren't the ones who took off the rest of the team. Now let's move on to Nitrous. Nitrous haven't really shown as much, but they are the crowd favorites. Galaxy has been playing at top clans for like 3 consecutive years. This is, I think, his 3rd year, and considering other tournaments that he has played. But hopefully we'll be able to see more from Nitrous, Galaxy, and Starry, okay, and his teammates. And now we're just seeing teams to be playing it and going inside the circle now. It's a kind of different play as compared to our previous match where the other teams played outside of the circle. And this is Malice who got the first rank during our previous game. Orange trying to snipe someone from Taiji, and as we all know, Taiji, they know how to hold a particular area. Haji and Irvin, but unfortunately, I think Irvin is not with them. Hopefully, a 1-3 split. I don't know, but we can clearly see here Haji, Tensi, and Ops from Taiji is occupying the area and actually playing it safely because they are still inside of the circle. So right now, this is a waiting game between Santino or if someone from our teams to indulge in and probably join the battle. But for now, it's a waiting game. It's a test of patience. And yeah, Irvin is already eliminated. On the other hand, Tenzi is very, very low on health.
We do know that being too overzealous is a recipe for disaster. So this kind of bit of a stare down is better than just going through the opposite direction, especially when both teams are in the safe zone. And to be honest, they don't definitely know where the other squads are. It's going to be quite suicidal if they just try to charge out in the open, which I think Taiji is going to be trying to do as now Santino is knocking on the door. Had just been dealt with. Ops is pretty damn low, and I thought that they were going to take a slower pace at this, but Santino, they want to get these positionings. They want to get this team off of the board already, and they want to get a good amount of kills. Kepopo, he's going to be holding the long angle here with the suppressive fire. This is going to be good just in case somebody comes up on top. But Taiji, this entire squad is getting befuddled. Although Maze, half HP, has to go all the way around, could get caught in transition, in movement. But it seems like Santino knows what they're doing, working well, knocking already. There's the one shot down, and there's one lurking up above. Santino, they can take a closer inspection of the facilities as Tenzi and Haji to remain. Nades are being thrown. Oh, this is going to be terrible for Taiji. Fry look to maybe get over the wall here. Tenzi drops down, but that's only really going to prolong the inevitable. We might have another one still playing on the board, but I think that is going to be about it What a push from Santino. Clean. I thought they were going to hold off for a bit, but they just took a breather to figure out what they needed to do, and the push was fantastic.
Very much true. And I really thought that's going to be a test of patience between those two teams, but apparently Santino lost their patience. And actually, they had the momentum, they got it, and they capitalized it, and they just went in straight towards Taiji. They were able to eliminate it. And I think Kiapopo's location here, being their lookout, is really, really situated nicely, as he knows that there is Hydro up and above, and of course T-Corps as well. He's actually trying to get T-Corps Enos busy here so that it will be able to join in the battle. Of course, Santino players are already low there, so this is a really great cover coming from Kiapopo, and we're now down to 34 players left. They secured their team here with 4 points, so their teamwork really paid off. Their 3-1 split there really paid off. But Gem C here to the rescue. I don't think they're gonna engage though, but probably. But I think they also have another problem because there are 3 players from Santino being tagged by Enos here, so they know where the other Santino members are at right now. And I think they're kind of trapped here in this particular compound. But luckily that the circle falls upon them, so they can continue their tag here. So it's gonna be T-Corps, one from Hydro, and of course the split up from Santino. And wow, T-Corps already has 3 kills here. Unfortunately, Charms is out in their squad. 31 players left. There are a couple of handfuls who left our games. Were eliminated already. And let's add Mac Drake into that pool of players who bid farewell. 28 players left. Someone is trying to flank here. It's gonna be Natcel from Nitrous. I think they've already won the skirmish.
They might have already. We might have not have been able to spectate the fight that ensued, but that is going to be, well, perfect for Nitrous. They definitely haven't shown themselves much yet here. One of the teams that were able to get top 1 again. And that is saying something. There's a lot of top 1 teams that we saw here. Of course, all of these teams are basically winners from their own region, but now this is definitely the big leagues. And speaking of which, Santino's got to respect that there's this pixel angle that Enos can just keep peeking. And every single time he pops a shot there, if his target is always going to be him getting the kill. Now, Malice's bash is somewhere near, and we haven't really seen Malice at all this round. So I'm curious if Bash is the only one to remain, or does he have any other teammates that is right beside him? Drone somewhere out on top. Not sure if Santino was the one that used that or is going to be Team Corps, but either way, that is some much necessary coverage for information at all. And here Santino has the 4K already. Excuse me. T-Corp still somewhere on their own vicinity. And yep, I was wondering it, and it is confirmed. Bash only to remain for the Malice roster, hiding somewhere on the trenches, knows that there's a big firefight coming around his corner. Santino on the move. What's the play? Is it going to be to transition or to push? There is a bit of worry in my mind, but maybe with this, Santino can use it. They've already been knocked out by 1. Where was probably getting shot from? I think that was a different team altogether. And the sandwich could actually force Santino out of their compound if they're not careful. 1 in the front, 1 in the back. That's not a good mix. But if you're the one in the middle, it's even worse for you. A bit of a push as well for Nitrous, and they are moving in the compounds. And these buildings are starting to be rented by teams left and right.
Exactly, and I think someone from the 9th Order is flanking in. It's gonna be, I think it's Asteroid. But moving on, we're spectating Orange here, trying to fend off or hold this ground here against 2 players from the 9th Order, throwing in some nades and throwables, deployables. But I'm not so sure if he still has someone on him. He's using his Vector right now and trying to hold this room. And he's still inside of the circle, very, very middle of the circle. And Santino is just the two of them. Let's see what's gonna happen here as we are about to witness a probable skirmish between the Ninth Order and Santino. Everyone's just playing it safely right now. On the other hand, Prodigy also occupying this building. Everyone has their building of their own. Everyone has a cover as compared to our previous game wherein they tried to battle on an open area. So this one is a different game, different circle. Everyone's adjusting, but we have a lot of off-cam kills going there on our kill feed, leaving us with 17 players. We're looking at Prodigy trying to reposition himself, probably looking for a flank towards Hydra. Very, very bold of him to be going in, spraying in some shots, not connecting. He knew that Hydra needs to go inside of the circle, so he's like 1 or 2 step ahead of Hydra here. Prodigy is very much ahead of everyone, just throwing in firecrackers and trying to get a kill for his team. I think he's just kind of desperate now because he's kind of hungry for kill points, not just placement points, but it will connect. An asteroid will go down for the Ninth Order, and I think it's just brave for the Ninth Order.
Oh no, that is difficult. Ninth Order, yep, that's gonna be up for them. Nitro's doing a fantastic job. They're actually, wait, is this right? We're left like 15 players, and there is basically like 2-3 squads that are still full 4. So that means that we have ourselves a nice little firefight with very big chunks of players still alive on each squad. And this is fantastic. Okay, so it's the battle of the 3 compounds. We'll see how that kind of fares out. There will be some stragglers. There will be some NPCs per se playing around this corner and or playing around this particular Bermuda Triangle. And comparing it to the others, this is going to be condensed with buildings. So we'll see how that kind of pans out in the end. Natsil on the rotation as well in his convertible, but I'm not sure where he can go that he's not going to get shot from, because everywhere is just huddled up or holed up by random squads. Nitrous trying to figure out where's the next step in their move, because Circle's about to go in closer once again, and having bad position in such close space is going to be basically your death. So this would mean that Hydro, the Ninth Order, Nitrous, and the others would have to try to play around this, but Ralph, beautiful shot, spotting multiple members on that window, and it doesn't miss a chance to make it a push for him. Now here we go, 12 teams remaining in the push. Once again from Hydro, they know that they have to take this. And Nitro, knock, knock, knock. That's going to be Prodigy down. That's going to be a huge nade. And Hydro comes in. Their name pertains to water, and this water falls onto the site, onto the compound, and that might just be it for Nitro here, as Hydro doing a fantastic job at clearing every nook and cranny, every corner. And Ralph, what a fantastic movement for him, especially that starting nade that really rattled the rest of Nitro.
And look at that, they already have 13 kills. They capped the kill cap with 11. So they even have 2 surplus kills here. They're just on a roll. They smell blood, they seize one, they get one. And if they can maintain this kind of momentum and push all throughout, but I think Hydro, this is gonna be their last game because they are from Group B. So they really shown us how they want to play their final game. They want to score a lot of score before they leave our matches for today, before they take a rest and kind of watch the remaining. But Anony flanking, very, very brave of him, shooting some shots. Is not connecting, but Brave will finally get a kill. Brave was able to get behind him. That was really, really interesting coming from Brave. But as he throws some nades, he will receive some shots. 1v1 with the Brave, but it's gonna go down. It's gonna be default it's up to Default how's gonna help Brave here, but I'm not sure if Default is right around the corner or in this particular area, because I think Default is playing the medkit strategy, so I don't think he'll be revived any sooner. Yeah, for the kill we have someone already got that kill. I think it's someone from Hydro adding up one more point to their kills. That's gonna be 14 points. I mean, we have a lot of players here, 60 players, and 14 of which was eliminated by Hydro. So that's very remarkable for Den TV and the rest of Hydro, really scoring kill points and placement points, showing us that you really have to have a balance of those two, which is the placement points and the kill points. So we're now left to, I can seem to see probably like four players left here, and
Yeah.
I think it's just one. So if we're just looking for one more opponent, I think that's gonna be Default from the Ninth Order. Default. Not sure.
I think it is. Ninth Order, one of those teams that really like to employ that medkit strategy. So, or that meds or that heal strat outside of the zone. That's probably just going to be it. And yeah, there it is. Hydro's going to be top 1 with 9. Wow, they're more than 11 kills. So they maxed out the points and they got top 1 as well. That is a huge bonus for Hydro, ending the Group B run here. I have no idea what happened to Don't Me, but we'll probably see what their points are moving forward into that. And congratulations to Hydro. They're going to be ending that B2C run with a win. So that's going to be fantastic, which means that they at least have gotten a boost, a really big boost that they need. Not only did they get top 1, but they also got 11 kills. So that's 26 kills in total. And we'll see how that goes. I didn't really think that we saw Hydro in the top 3, maybe top 5 or top 10. But this would definitely mean that at least they should be breathing a little bit easier, as the last 2 rounds will not be including Group B. So guys, we're gonna go for a break. When we come back, the tallies, the point adjustments will be shown to us, and we'll see if it is going to be a different set of team names in the top 3, or is it going to be the same? Don't go anywhere, guys. Top Clans 2021 for Rules of Survival is going to be coming back after a quick moment. There. Okay, am I audible now? Yeah, there we go. I'm back, guys. Welcome back, guys. We are just coming off from that break, and we have done 4 rounds already. 2 rounds of Group A versus Group B, and of course this one, which is, or the other two, which is Group B versus Group C, which would mean that Group B's run through this has already concluded, and they'll just be waiting for the results after these 2 final rounds, which is going to be all about Group A versus Group C. Here again at Top Clan's 2021 Rules of Survival Invitational. Again, my name is Asarai. With me is Nikki. And well, we are just waiting for the tally of the points, Nikki. I cannot wait because we saw a lot of different high kill teams, a lot of teams that got into high placements, and this could be a toss-up about what the end result is for the score tally.
Yes, and that's what I'm also looking forward to. And we're actually waiting for the tally. And if you're one of the players or teams from Group B, you can now rest and actually hope for the best for your scores to be, sitting at a really good spot in our rankings. We want to be part of the top 16 for you to advance for tomorrow's games. So hopefully you were able to save up a lot of scores during our last match, and this is now our overall rankings from top 24. We have Bitter Team, 5-Man Esports at 23rd. 22nd, we have Terror Team for us at 21st. Elite ID sitting at 20th spot. Taiji Esports at 19th. BDW at 18th. And finally, Team 7 for rank 17, we have A-Right Team. There are other teams who haven't played a total of 4 matches yet. So yeah, for rank 16, we have Aztec Esports, Team Nitrux at 15th place, 4 Valiant Men at 14th, 13th CNB, and now moving to 8th spot, we have Team Corp Santino Philippines at 7th, ASL Assassin's Legion at 6th, the 9th Order now at 5th spot. Don't Me, even though they fell short a while ago, they are now at top 4. Is Fake on top 3, Malice Esports at top 2, and finally Hydro with 63 points. That is 10-point lead. They already racked up a lot of points for their team, and it's not just points, no, because we also have a lot of winners. During our break a while ago, we got some winners. Congratulations to Yami Prankster, Rek Luce, and Mejia Leo. Both of you guys just won yourselves a crowbar chain axe. Congratulations! And we still have a lot of winners, right, Asarai?
Yes, we actually do have. So winners for the Top Class exclusive skins, badge, avatar frame, plus UU Game Booster 1-month trial. We got FJS, Donan, Richmond Rebaja, Glenn Fuentes, Roz Cottom, John, Kerjay Buere, Prince Agil Badua, Koi Albios, the second Angelo Aguis, Rins, and Real Palomilio Balibadlan. Congratulations to you guys. You guys are going to be able to bring yourself home or be sent to you these amazing skins. And speaking of amazing things you can get, guys, you can also redeem the gift codes that is at the bottom left of your screens. All you got to do is go to the website rulesofsurvivalgame.com/gift grab and input the codes that we will be showing throughout the rest of this broadcast. Now, Nikki, we're down to the final 2 rounds. I saw you were mentioning one of the teams that caught my attention, the Ninth Order, actually pretty high in the placements. They're still here to play because they are part of Group C, and the teams that we will be watching is Group A and C. So even though we did see Hydro have a huge lead of 63 points, if I'm not mistaken, that can get easily overturned as some of the teams that will be still playing are somewhere near 40. And if you get about 26 for 2, that's 52. And I mean, if my math does not escape me, that easily overtakes 53.
I was just laughing because I remembered a math meme, but nevertheless, I'm really bad with math, so I'll give the computation to Azurai. So probably he's right, because there are still teams who has 2 more matches to be played for today, and those are players or teams from Group A and C, and now we're spectating our match number 5 here, still at Gili Island, and this is how our teams are spread. They have their own areas, but apparently Team 19 and 1 decided to go here at Echo Valley. Valley, that's gonna be for Valiant Man and Team Corps. I wonder why they chose this particular area. Probably because of the hot loots. But yeah, on the 5th match, you don't want to be eliminated right away. So having to loot a single area for 2 teams only means that there will be 1 team to be eliminated and 1 team to carry on for the rest of our 5th match. And yes, I think someone will finally go down there by the hands of T-Corps. And T-Corps, yeah, Team 19 and 1. So that's for Valiant Man. They got 1 from for Valiant Man, and I think they're being boosted. Their confidence is now boosted as they go against someone from for Valiant Man once again. But someone from T-Corps will finally go down there. They don't have a healer gun, so this is a manual rescue or aid coming from someone from T-Corps. Moving on, we have Astig Esports here battling out against someone, and everything's just happening so fast. During our first 5 minutes, I thought we're about to see some looting phase, but there's a lot of action here and there as there are also teams here at Bitter Lake converging. That's gonna be Team 5 and 6, which is Astig Esports and Bitter Team. There's a lot of skirmishes going at the 5th minute mark of our game. Bad boy! Helmets has been blown. 1v1 and he's gone for. Rodri will get that kill. 4 kills already for Astig.
That's true, yeah. I didn't even see that. Walker is going to be used somewhat. We haven't really seen the Walker at all today, so that's kind of an interesting mix thrown into the bunch. But Rodri, loving how he plays these kind of firefights, jumping up and down just because. And Astig, this is a really great start for them. But for Valiant Man, one of the teams that was actually looking forward to getting high into the sky in terms of placements, they're either out or maybe just one person roaming somewhere looking for better loot. This is where they're up right now, and that is just not what they need to be in a state. At least for Astig, though. On the other hand, they're looking much, much better off with a bunch of heals, full 4 kills, and they're getting all the loot that they would probably ever want. They're also inside a safe zone somewhere near Bitter Lake, so this is a position where they can really capitalize and maximize. Now, speaking of that, CNB not in the mix of it, as think, yeah, they're in transition to try to get some loot, but they're taking so much damage, and the ones who are actually the offenders, the oppressors, is the Ninth Order, a team that was supposedly passive, now pulling the trigger, knowing that they can overtake the competition, want to start this off, guns blazing. And Nikki, you mentioned how it was only like sub 5 minutes. We started with about, what is it? I believe like 16 teams. So that's, I'm really bad at this. So about 50-ish. So we're already down with around 40-ish now. That means that about 5-6 players have been already wiped from the board. And yeah, even if you say I'm good at math, I would admit I'm actually terrible at it. So I can only guess and maybe average up. But I just want to point it out. There is a lot of kills happening super early on into the game. And we're setting lines in the sand as early as now.
Yes, exactly. And Miko Miko's team, BTW, is back here at Gili Island once again. So I don't know if you need the momentum to be like at Group B, playing from first until the 4th matches without non-stop, without rest, or is it advantageous to take a rest and watch the other teams battle it out and probably study how they played during the 3rd and 4th round? I don't really know which is visible among the two, but yeah, Miko's team, Born to Win, is back here again at Gili Island, and I think this is the downtime there are a lot of teams that are quite spread now. So I think we won't be able to see more eliminations for now in this particular area and time in our map number 5. And we're about to draw a conclusion on our games for today, and we are seeing a lot of remarkable plays and strategies being showcased by our players. And yeah, it varies every map, their strategy, it has been adjusted and it varies, and hopefully we'll be able to see more from this team. And talking about Santino, I think they've already gathered an ample amount of points. Let's see if they're gonna play it passively or like what they did a while ago, really engaging and flanking and pushing. If they have the confidence to do so, if they have the right arsenal or weapons with them. So let's see more from Orange Quiapopo Santino team.
I
Here
think
at game number 5.
they're probably still in transition, trying to look for those better loots. It is quite difficult to fight, when you don't have the necessary tools, and that's the most obvious thing I can point out. But that would just mean that these teams that would have been aggressive if they had, wouldn't be aggressive now just because they don't. So I'm curious to see if they actually were able to loot up properly, since we weren't looking at Santino for quite of a bit. But it seems like they were able to scrounge up 4 vehicles. So in terms of being able to rotate quickly around the map, they're going to be fine. Now moving inside the circle, that's going to keep them safe. And they've kind of found themselves in a compound. So maybe they could stop here and now and start to loot up just a little bit. Yeah, there it is. I mean, it is open real estate for them. And if they're still lacking in maybe the weaponry that they're looking for, this could be it. But looking at Orange's loadout, I don't think that's really the case. Now, for Valiant Men's, Moku is actually alive after that big struggle that his team had earlier on in this round, but he's being hunted by a Stig once again, and I don't think Moku's troubles are down and out. And the question is, will he survive? Does he have any utility, any form of survivability whatsoever? And I've been answered with a straight up no in just a matter of a second. And a Stig, yeah, they lost Nexap, but they've already netted 5 kills. This team is on a roll here, Nikki, on a tear, and they're not showing any signs of slowing down.
Yeah, they know the implications of playing for the second to the last game. They're kind of hungry with the kill points and not just the placement points. So they're kind of playing it safely, but not as passively. If they can take someone out, they're gonna go for it without a doubt, without the thinking twice. So hanging for life here. He's just showing us that they can take out someone, and probably here's another team which is very much aspiring in our run. We have Assassins Legion, and they are actually showing us how promising they are. Afri, Serio. Let's see if we're gonna witness a good battle here, but unfortunately they don't have much cover. If they wanna flank or push this area, it would be very difficult for them to do so. Like their vehicles are now being shot, but still healthy. But Afri very, very low there. Aeon, they don't have a cover right now, throwing in some shots at Rodri, but someone from them will gonna go down. Afri 10%, probably 5% of his life. I think he needs to patch up right now as they flank in. Aeon here at the first floor waiting for someone to go, but this is the perfect time for him to heal, but still being very, very cautious of all the surroundings while he is patching up. Healer gun has been deployed. It's gonna make him very, very mobile and very agile. For now, they're trying to look for spots or place where the opponent will be at. Rodri will go down. Afri low on health here. He's throwing in some shots. They will be eliminating Rodri and hanging for life. Again, 2 points, no 3 points for ASL. So ASL, that's really hard.
Mm-hmm. It really is. And ASL, they're somewhere above the better part of teams looking to get as high of a placement as possible. And And ASL was the team that got the max kills. That's why they're in the top 5 right now. So going around that same kind of philosophy, they're translating it into this 5th round, and it's working well for them. They just know how to approach these firefights and always come out on top with very minimal damage taken. So even if I think they got into a firefight and then third party by a different squad, I think ASL can still come out on top of that. And because of it, they're one of the teams to definitely watch out for. And speaking of teams to watch out for, Aeroid, haven't really heard much from them for a good chunk now of today. And Team Sakalam was one of the teams that really were quite explosive. So we'll see how Aeroid tries to rebuttal at this. One of the Sakalam players are on top of the rooftop just to scout for a moment. Gonna be raining shots from above if ever Aeroid do go for the forward push. But for now, a bit of a truce, a ceasefire, as nobody really wants to go in that ham now that I think they're starting to just get looted up.
Yes, and I think everyone's just feeling everyone. They don't wanna like recklessly push in, but they know they're just out in the corner at the broken wall. Aeroid is out there, but Aeroid really showed us well during the qualifiers, but now they're kind of struggling. And on the other hand, Sakalam here is very promising on our games from games number 1 until now. So let's see if they'll be able to carry that on and be consistent in our matches. And Taibot, they have a spread here. So Taibot is out in the open. He's just catching shots there. He's just catching shots. And if ever he'll be downed, it will be hard for the rest of Aeroid to help him. He doesn't even have a vehicle. So this is not looking good for Aeroid. On the other hand, this is very much looking good for Sakalam. But they're actually not engaging or forcing the push here. They still want to have a hold of this building, and it's just a matter of time before they go out there and have a push, because they have the advantage with numbers, but they don't want to be eliminated early in this round. So I think that's why, which explains why they are really playing it safely. They could have eliminated Aeroid, but they still waited. But they are still waiting still. And I think someone from Aeroid has already revived their teammates who was knocked down. So yeah, continuing the rally here at this particular area.
I mean, you probably wouldn't want to push that since you do have the better position. Sometimes it's smarter to not finish off the kill when you're kind of leaving prime real estate. So better positioning over just one kill, when in the resulting process of that, you're going to get better placement and even more kills right after. I think it's the smart decision here from Sakalam. So holding off for a few moments there. And even so, they might not even know where the rest of Aeroid team is. So they could actually get wrapped around flank. I think I like the play style or the mentality that Sakalam is trying to do here and now. Aeroid, they're trying to siege on an uphill battle where there's like fences and walls and everything. This might be a tad bit difficult because now they're going to be sliding down the hills here. Yes, Ascetics is going to get knocked off, but there's the RPG from Kin. Oh, what a shot. Okay, here comes the firefight that you were wanting. Everybody's looking for, Nikki, and they have obliged you with a battle with a spray of bullets that Sakalam is just coming out on top. Taibot, Rock in a hard place, gonna get blasted apart with the RPG, and Kiddo immediately repositions. I'm wondering if he's gonna be able to rotate or reposition quickly, but Kiddo also taking some substantial damage here, has to heal back up, and it's all about the Rockets. Who came in? Oh my god, it's Nitrous. They've third party. This is pandemonium. Aeroid's still standing, but Nitrous, they're joining in on the fight. This is just bad for everybody who is here in this one. They can't really get out of harm's way because the vehicles have all but been expended. And I think Taibot and Hunter are still the ones to remain for Aeroid, but they gotta escape here because they know that another squad has joined in onto the fight. Still, Taibot wants to hold his own. This might be bad because now he's made aware of his position. Pain coming in from the big flanks already. There's a big vehicle, and Tybot rocking a hard place out in the open in the center field, and he just cannot hold off. Oh, Nitrous, your timing is impeccable. One push, and they just wipe out all of these big competitors from the face of Gilly Island. What a push, what a push.
I love the rally. It has been really, really long, but they try to hold on, but it's Nitrous. They just went in for the third party, and they went in and was able to get the kill. So they have 3 kills here. They eliminated Aroid, which is actually sitting at probably top half of our teams, and this is really a matter of timing, and I think the timing was right for Nitrix, and hopefully they'll be able to capitalize on more of those kind of strategies. But moving on to Santino, it's a different play for them. They don't have any kills for now, but they do have a really good amount of loot, and every one of them has already been. They have looted a really good amount of arsenal and weapons here. So if ever, I think this is gonna be a battle between Taiji and Santino, but Nitrous Galaxy is just out in the horizon. I think it's near the area, so probably these people here, the players here, already know that there has been a skirmish around the area, so probably they know that probably 2 or 3 teams has been eliminated, and they now have an info. That's why everyone's just playing it safely. They are just at the almost outside of the circle, edge of it. I think they're gonna go in once it closes. They're gonna just be in once it closes, but someone's just using here the drone Santino, and if you level up the drone, it can actually shoot someone, so this is really nice. But Charms, on the other hand, will be super low on health here for the finishing touches. There you go with the firecrackers by Sad Boys, and I think he's gonna get that kill. But Terror is up in the hill there. So it's gonna be a battle between Tyrant now and Terror team. T-Corps, on the other hand, Ops is about to go down by Nitrous Spain. Another rally for Nitrous here, giving 2 more kills and adding up to their kill score here with 5. And I think they are about to push, if not for Nitrous, probably someone. Because they're done with Aroid, they're done with that one. I think they're about to go inside the circle now.
They are gonna try to transition inside. Man, this is the round, one of the rare rounds where we actually see firefights between multiple teams, and not as passive as you would probably think it to be. Nitra is so proactive in how the fight is ensuing, and from the looks of it, they've already racked up about 6-8 kills. So 8 kills, excuse me. Yeah, they're looking mighty fine here, and this is one of the teams that I think when the Philippine finals was undergoing, you were actually looking forward to seeing, and now they're popping off here in the grander scheme of things, the bigger stage. And this is fantastic. Nitrous, every decision that they've made leading up until now has been all on point. This transition, though, is going to be a bit hairy, but yeah, they're going to have to try to go for the migration onto the other end as the zone is closing in. They've lost one. Maybe Pen can be picked up by his teammate. They are inside, or not inside the circle just yet, but I think they've already weathered the storm. Santino, on the other hand, though, same could not be said. They've lost a couple already, but they are trying to hold their own with the remaining players that they do have. We're down to 22. About a minute ago, that was 37. And I was about to just mention that after all these firefights, we're still down 37. That's a lot, a huge margin, a huge number of players still alive. But, well, it's kind of equalized down to the 22. And Santino... Oh, it seems like they're going to go for the straight-up heals. Ooh, Cool 9 Beast. Okay, we're seeing them now out of nowhere. They're up against some Siegers, and they're also outside of the zone here. So now everybody's got to move. Everybody's going to be aware that they are getting sizzled by the toxicity of that zone closing in. but they're also getting pushed by another team. That's going to be Tyrant. Huge nade, firecracker to pop off onto Renzi. And Tyrant, are they going to capitalize? Looks like that's a big fat yes, but Sad Boys has been knocked off. And this is, again, the problem for Tyrant. They're just a team that loves to push too much, but when do they need to stop? When do they need to go for that control? Because Tyrant is losing members faster than they can take away at Cool9 Beast.
Yes, and they're also taking damage from the circle. It's not really forgiving. It's actually hurting them right now. At this moment, they need to patch up. But let's move on to Santino after that skirmish between Tyrant and the a Cool9 Beast team. And oh, we can see Lucas bid bye-bye on our game now. Another member for Tyrant to bid farewell in our game. 5th game for today. And we're watching Santino. It's just a duo of them, Pride and I forgot someone from Santino. So yeah, we're just waiting for the circle to probably close in and other players to emerge in, transition inside our circle. And this is our map. We can see that one insurance player from Team 20 will be playing it outside. That's going to be Team Nitrox. And for Team 23, 22, that's going to be the Ninth Order and the Terror team, all of which going inside. But apparently, Team Cool9 Beast will be having a skirmish with 22. No, I think he's gonna play it outside. CNB will gonna play it outside. So I think there's gonna be like 4 or 3 teams to be playing it inside the safe zone. Others will be playing the medkit strategy. Now let's see how this boils down for our game number 5. Terror here doesn't really have much of a kills, but they can still catch up with the placement points. But the fight here going against someone from Terror team, there's gonna be 2v1, and I think they'll be able to knock down someone from the fight from CNB. But this is the Ninth Order. We are watching AIM here trying to add more kills for their kill points for their team while going around the circle and going inside using his almost exploded vehicle. Still trying to gamble on this, and I think he's about to go out or try to like circle around and probably loot some health medkit here before he goes straight inside the circle. So yeah, they have 6 kills, 6 points, and it's a squad of 3 for the Ninth Order, but he doesn't have much healing materials. And I think Prodigy even got a kill there. So going back to AIM here now with 7 kills. That's LOL 1 HP. LOL 1 HP is about to go down and burned and fried here by the Molotovs. And T-Corps will get... Everyone's just shooting one another, exchanging shots, and it's anybody's game right now. The circle is very small and everyone just want to converge and go in.
Are gonna try to do just that. Converging is the only thing that you can do as of the moment. The problem now is, yeah, there's a big firefight ensuing inside this big compound. Ninth Order is just looking as a bystander as Gemzy and Prodigy, as prodding and poking against one another. One's going to be on the bottom, one's going to be on the top. There's the push. Prodigy, better? No, worse for the shot, worse for wear. And Gemzy comes out in the open, but this drone has its own shot. Drive-by technology has come full swing. Oh, Asteroid. Asteroid, you are a sick, sick man. Getting kills from your assassin drone, but I mean, hey, if it works, right? There's nothing stupid if it's something that lets you do what you want and achieve your dreams and accomplish your goals. And well, the Ninth Order, they're a team that is definitely using every bit of utility, every bit of mechanic available in Rules of Survival to net them just that. And once again, the killer drones. That sounds like a B movie already to me. Attack of the Killer Drones. It's happening, Nikki, and it's happening here and now in Top Clans.
The attack of the killer drone. Well, it worked for them. He got himself a kill there. Adding up to their kills, they already have 10. What's one more before they cap the kill points. And yeah, when you level your drone, it can actually shoot someone. It's a matter of timing, and the timing was definitely on their side. And who would have thought that he'll be able to kill someone? So yeah, it worked for them. Asteroid is really good with the drones. He has been using it to for info, but right now he was able to use it to get a kill. Going to Tyrant crying here. It's just the sole survivor. It's just him, trying to get a placement point for his teammates, and hopefully he'll be able to do so. On the other hand, Riot Rooks not sell here again, also trying to play placement points because he has how many medkits? I think like I'm not sure. It's like 19 or so, but a hefty amount of medkits, which only tells us that he's gonna play it outside of the zone. And I think we're just left with probably, I'm not sure, probably five survivors here at Gili Island, and we're almost about to conclude the game. And if we're talking about the team with most numbers of players here in it, I think it's gonna be the Ninth Order. And if ever they'll be able to win this round, this is gonna be their first win from the qualifiers until now, the semis. And 23, yes, that's the Ninth Order. They still have three more players inside of the safe zone, and we still have Team 20, Team Nitrox just outside. So we're just waiting for the medkits to run out, and we're about to conclude this game, and I'm gonna claim it, probably claiming it to be the Ninth Order's win for this fifth round.
Took them a while, but they're still standing, and they're still standing strong. And when push comes to shove, this is a team that definitely can hold their own up against the best. And Ninth Order, another team that I think is the same caliber, I would say, with Cool9 Beast in terms of understanding rotations, but they're ones that can actually hold their own up against firefights. And they're doing it now. They're showcasing to us that they have the prowess to make it happen. They are 1 kill away from maxing out. And I don't think they can find the 1 kill, but they can try to risk it, I would say. I think risking it right now is probably a good thing if they can. And they have been using these drones to full effect. If this drone can spot out at least the one, I'm assuming already that 2 of them will start to push in. Natcel is healing somewhere into the corner, and one wrong move, and I think Asteroid, Default, and Aim will all go through the 3rd floor here to the balcony and start shooting up. Does he have the weapon to actually capitalize? Ooh, he only has a split second to hit a shot or something, or that's going to be all she wrote. Natcel, moment of opportunity, spots out onto Default, and he actually gets a knockdown. Good stuff. Throws out a nade? No, he just looks at in the air because they had to heal back up once more. And Natcel, he's a very, very patient and calm man, considering he's burning every single round. But there's the drone. He spotted. Natcel, what you gonna do?
The drone is still up there. It's gonna be hard for him, and he's about to go down. He's battling against the safe zone, the drone, and those 3 players coming from the Ninth Order. And finally, the Ninth Order emerging as our victor for our game number 5 for today. It has been long, but they were able to get that finally for today.
Finally, the Ninth Order strikes back. What a sequence just to arrive up until that point. Meaning now, Nikki, as we end that round, we are 1 round away. Not only from the final round of the Group A versus Group C, but also figuring out who is going to be our top 16 teams for the Grand Finals happening this weekend. Yes, the Grand Finals will be spanning 2 days, and only 16 teams will be selected out of these 24. So this is going to be quite a bit of a bit of a stretch here. We'll see how that goes, guys. We're gonna go for a break. When we come back, round number 6 is gonna go underway, and we're gonna see a recap, a tally of the points of what happened up until round 5. So don't go anywhere, guys. Top Clans 2021 Rules of Survival Invitational will be right back. We're back at it once again, guys, here at Top Clans 2021 Rules of Survival Invitational. We're already down to the last round. Before all that, I'd like to introduce ourselves. My name is Asarai, and with me is Nikki. And wow, we have... That last round was probably the most action-packed. And I think only... we're going to be seeing even more action-packed round, especially in this last one as well.
And speaking of action-packed game for our top 24, we have Bitter Team there, 5-man Esports at 23rd, for us at 22nd, 21st, we have Elite ID, BTW at 20th, 19th, we have Third Team, Air Team at 18th, and Taiji Esports sitting at 17th. So you want to place 16 and above. So for these teams that are sitting at 17th until the 24th, they need to catch up. This is the last match. But let's move on to the 16th place. We have Astig Esports, 4 Valiant Men, to be followed by Team Sakalab, Isdom Team, CNB, J Masters, Tyrant VN, and Team Nitrous at rank 16 until the 9th rank respectively. And here are their points. You can see at the right side of your screens. And so they can't also play they have to play well still, because you know anything can happen on our last round. And for our top 8, we can see here Team Corps at 8th place, Santino Philippines at 7th, Assassin's Legion at 6th, Don't Me sitting at 5th place with 42 points, Is Fake with 48 points at 4th place. And here's our top 3. We have Hydro at 1st, the Ninth Order at 2nd, and the Malice Esports at 3rd. But our first and our second teams both have 63 points. That's right.
They have gone neck to neck. But as I mentioned, it seems like the teams that we were kind of expecting to stay on top have somewhat stayed on top. But we still have this one last round. And already... There is Ninth Order having just one more point, and they can overtake to go for first, or they can even go above that, get another rank 1, get 11 kills, and basically blew everyone else out of the water. That's going to be something to look forward to. Now, I did kind of saw in terms of the trends of points that we did have up until, 12th place, which was around 23-ish points, I believe. That is still danger zone territory. And by that, I mean anybody that still wants to get into the top 16 can make it into the top 16 if you just get about there, which is 23 points and above. It is very, very dangerous right now for all of those teams, and they need to grind tooth and nail just to try to make this happen. Looking at the last round of the day, it's going to be Gili Island once again. Hey, it's Gili Island, but this is going to be the final round for everybody. I'm not sure how many teams from Group B are still going to be here when the day ends, but we'll see how that goes as we are just moments away from starting the last round of the day. Fingers crossed for everybody right now who is just holding their breath and looking for the results to appear later on.
Exactly, especially for those teams at Group B. They're actually playing hopefully their scores are enough to be at the top 16, and hopefully probably praying for the other teams to be misplaying for our last match. But who knows? Let's see. We're back here again at Gili Island for our 6th and final match between Groups A and C. Let's see if the Ninth Order will be able to carry on the momentum that they had from our previous game, or will there be a new team emerging first for our last and final round. Let's see if the other teams are hungry for kills or they're gonna play it passively for the placement points. Will there be new teams to be included in our top 16, or will there be no change in our top 16? Let's all find out here at our final game for today.
No real changes to the positioning of players somewhat. It is still going to be about the same. That circle, we have seen it multiple times already throughout the rounds, hasn't really forced too much. But I think when it is this kind of circle, excuse me, a lot more teams start to kind of move inside the circle. And now I don't really expect teams to play that passive anymore, that outside of the zone anymore, because they need to get as many kills as possible here. And teams that will maybe not go for that are probably confident enough in their placement. But as I mentioned, if you're a team that is somewhere around 23, 25 points in the overall point system, you're not really safe. So every bit of effort, every bit of success that you can claim right now in the last round is all gonna accumulate when the day finishes. So we'll see how that kind of goes. ASL, a team that I think is in the safe already and has gotten a heck of a lot of kills, but not really good into the placements. Still here, still fighting, and still raring to go.
Ready to go. And speaking of placement and points, let's talk about our winners for top class exclusive skins. We have here the gun skin giveaway, and congratulations to Fritz Gusinalem, Alfreza Kyle, Joshua Gatillo Batistil, Irvin Ray M. Los Pobres, and Matt Lawrence Cadayona. Congratulations, guys. Each of you will receive a gun skin from the Top Class exclusive skin giveaway. Congratulations. And of course, don't forget to redeem our gift code. I think this has been replaced because we've reached the amount of downloads or redeems. So yeah, this is a new gift code. All you have to do is to redeem it at www.rosofsurvival.game /game.com. No, rosofsurvivalgame.com/giftgram. Ulianin.
It's okay. It is slightly confusing, but our viewers, they're better than us. They know what the website is already because we've already reminded them too many times. So they'll probably be able to recite it by heart. It's like a teacher saying, class, you have to recite the URL of the redeem code for Rules of Survival. This is the code. Okay. So yeah, I think they already know what it is. So congratulations, guys. You got yourself some free codes and of course, winners all throughout. So I think it's not only going to be today, tomorrow, and up until Sunday, there will be giveaway after giveaway after giveaway. It's like Oprah, Just giving away skins and everything. Enjoy, guys.
But our players here won't be giving away free kills as they will battle it out against the other teams. They have to stay long. They have to also have a balance of kills. So hopefully our team sitting on the top 16 will be able to hold their rankings, or else other teams will be able to snatch it away from them. And we're looking at Taiji. They're actually having a hard time to probably find a good location for their team wherein they can loot. But Netsap on the other hand, Astig Esports here trying to flag Bitter once again. We were able to spectate them a while ago, and I think Astig were the ones who were the victors during that skirmish. So I think it's gonna be a round 2 for these teams. Perhaps a redemption for your Bitter team. On the other hand, Aeroid Baby Bot will be knocked down and done for by the hands of Sakalam Ascetics. So we had an off-cam kill right there and probably elsewhere, but it's not as plenty as during our previous round. So this is kind of slow pace as compared to our previous round. We're in during the first 5 minutes, we already witnessed a lot of killings and eliminations. So perhaps, even though this is the last game for today, everyone is still playing it wisely and strategically. But Shift will get a knockdown there. I think you're trying to hold this particular building from from Astig Esports. They know that Astig is quite impatient and the ones that keep on pushing them. So I think they have a really good ground here. If ever Astig Esports will flank and push, I think they have a really good grounds here. So let's see what's gonna happen in this kind of matchup between. Oh, I think someone from Bitter will go down there, and that's the signal. Don't cry will go in, but Hanging for Life will go down. They retaliated. They were able to counter attack, and Shift will get that clean kill for his team, but the rest of his teammates are still down.
Sap is trying to jump up just to maybe look at headshot angle onto Shift, but unlucky. And now he's in a 2 versus 1 out in the open. His positioning was supposed to be good, but it's all but been turned around as Shift was the one to hold the fort, be able to keep them alive. And Jake, I'm not sure how that kind of transpired, but still, from how it looks like it's going to be the dub for Astig. I honestly thought that it was going to be Shift clutching out everything, but maybe just a bit of a lag for the observers, and then that was Jake still getting the kill. You know, sometimes the observer client does tend to do that from time to time, so it might have been a straight up win for Astig, but it was closer than I probably anticipated. Tyrant and Terror, once again, these double T's always at the same compound, at the same drop point every single round. And what has that led them? Well, always dying too early into it, and this is just not looking too hot. Well, at least for Terror, as Tyrant still has 3 strong, able to pick up back Lucas, so they're 4 now, and it's still pretty early, so this zone not really going to hurt them too much in terms of that HP.
Yes, and considering that both of these teams came from different regions and they're always matching, showcasing their strategies from one another, is always a battle between these two teams, Tyrant and Terror, and no one's actually backing out, even though Tyrant already has 2 kills from that battle. Loading up the RPG, switching to the SMG, Sad Boy here playing with his guns, and flanking with the mollies, throwing the mollies. They're probably trying to hope to fry someone there, and they have the advantage with the numbers, they have the advantage with the weapons, and look at that, they already have level 3 vest and helmets, so I think they're very, very much confident that they'll be able to take down Terror in that skirmish. So let's move on here with the Company. We haven't really seen much from Company, but yeah, they don't have any kills for now. We're moving towards the mid game, and they're here in the isolated island. No one really drops off there because, yeah, fewer loots, but fewer enemies as well. But someone will go down there, and it's Haji. I think it's Haji.
Yeah, he's been shaken, rattled, and rolled. And it seems like Sakalam is going to be able to pick up 5 kills, down to 43 players up and running here, and well, there it is. Oh, okay. So some teams, some squads still deciding to go play at the edges. And weirdly enough, it's 22, 23, and 24. Terror, 9th Order, and Tyrant. 9th Order. Okay. So they're deciding to play a much slower pace. I'm curious why, but to be fair as well, they're technically rank 1 as of the moment. So they don't really need to endanger themselves that much. And what they would probably be looking for is a couple of kills, maybe third party, some firefights between 2 different squads, and a placement above around 5 and above. So that would definitely skyrocket their points overall. And I do really like that. 2 teams that I don't really like the risk is Terror and Tyrant, still at Rust Bay. For some reason, these guys are just butting heads. And, I mean, Rust Bay is a big area, but with how much they've been probably going through the loot there, it's going to be a barren wasteland of just nothingness as these guys just kind of fight, trade, use heals, and whatnot. So I don't know what's going to happen later on.
But looking at the numbers, probably, yeah, Tyrant will be be able to capitalize on the numbers and probably eliminate the last of Team Terror there. But yeah, like what you said, the ninth order, they can actually play it safe, but with the balance of killing, probably the most safest way is to go third party. And I think they know that there's someone at rest base, so probably they're just gatekeeping the area and waiting for whoever emerges in that skirmish between Terror and Tyrant, and they can actually gank or join in the battle if ever. But there are a lot of teams playing already inside of the circle, and I think these teams are the ones who need to catch up. That's why they preferred or chose to be already inside of the circle, which is a different play as from our previous matches. And ASL, I think they've already secured their spot, but still been playing very consistently. They're always at the top, probably 6 or 5, always at the top, 3 or 4 circles. So yeah, they've been playing it consistently, and if this is the kind of play that they've been doing, I think during our elimination, I mean qualifiers, they weren't like this. So probably they improved during the weekends, and probably
Mhm.
or most likely they some of the teams doesn't really wanna let the other teams know their strategies, so probably that's that, or they actually just practice hard during the weekends. That's why they're really stepping up in our games for today, which is really amazing to be seeing from ASL.
And I will like adding to that. I know that I've known a lot of other teams as well that over just the span of a few
Mhm.
days break have gotten adjusted. And even though it's not always just like practicing aggressively to better your mechanics. It's also taking a bit of a different approach at how to get better, which is to learn how to do your macros, your rotations, stuff like that. And a few days of getting adjusted and focusing on that really works wonders. And you're seeing a lot of these teams, I think, go above and beyond it. And one of the teams that I also was definitely looking at that improvement. It has got to be a Assassin's League. Again, they might be not always at the best possible scenarios, but they make the most out of those particular situations. And I really do like how you pointed that out as well. A lot of these teams seeming to be different from their past selves, and those past selves was just like from last week, and it's fantastic. Now we've kind of again had a much snail of an approach here. We lost a lot of players at the very start, but as we have cooled off, it's down to 43 once again. Aeon and the rest, no kills whatsoever for the Assassin's League, but they're probably looking for a much better look into the placements itself. Now, over at the kill feed, I did see that 4 Valiant Men were getting bombarded somewhere else, and 4VM, they looked so promising last week, but now a little bit non-existent. I mean, they probably still are. No, I don't think they're safe even. So losing players is incredibly detrimental for teams who want to get into the top 16.
Yes, and I think they were situated at the isolated island all the way 12 o'clock of Gili Island. And there's hardly people going there because it has really less loose. And look at the minimap. That's where the isolated island is located at. So I think Sakalam really pursued them because it's not a place that you'd go if you don't have anything to do with it. So I think Sakalam actually pursued them, and Sakalam being very confident, taking out 4 Valiant Men, and I think it's gonna be just brush for his team, and it's just a matter of time before Sakalam wipe off 4 Valiant Men, having 9 kills already. So that's 9 points for Sakalam. And yes, probably giving them a really good spot for our top 16 for today, moving towards our semi grand finals for tomorrow and on Sunday. And moving on to Nitrox, our crowd's favorite. They do have a kill, but I think they've already secured their spot in the top 16. That's why they're playing it safely as compared to our previous matches. And this is our map. And Team 24 having their insurance man there. And on the other hand, one from Terror Team still alive and trying to look for medkits in vicinities near a safe zone, probably going towards Wheat Town or any other spot which is not yet looted because he really needs to withstand the circle. He really needs to um, play get placement points for his teams. So for his team, on the other hand, we have 4 and 19. That's gonna be Assassin's Legion and Team Corps. Oh, they are actually holding on to buildings. They do have a building of their own, and it's just a matter of time before our circle close in and other players emerge in our circle, and that's the time that T Corps and Assassins League will be having their matchup if ever. So I think these two teams are just waiting. They don't want to go in, barge in towards the buildings of one another. They're just waiting for it simply because the circle is still in their favor. So yeah, I think we're just waiting for now. Everyone's just using turtle strategy. They don't want to go about in the open, being vulnerable. And it's again a very different circle because the circle is now it's not on a open area. It has a lot of buildings for them to be using and capitalizing on. But sa Kalam, taking in some shots from T Corps.
Sakalam, again, as you mentioned, it doesn't really have to go that far forward, that far flung into the firefight. But Assassin's League, well, beg to differ. It's going to be a flank, one from the left, one from the right, and Sakalam just caught straight in the middle. This is going to be quite bloody for them. Has already lost one of their players, going to be caught somewhere inside the barracks. They're going to at least hold on for a moment, for a brief delay, as T-Corps wants to dip their toes into the firefight as well, but Assassin's League just knows where to put their crosshairs. Their placements are at, and it seems like they found the better target to go up against, and that's T-Corps. Oh no, they have just rattled the cage, and the beast is about to go on their direction. Hold the phone. Assassin's League do take a bit of a breath, a bit of a slower, methodical approach, thinking that maybe overextending, or just maybe they just wanted that compound right in front of them. And well, Jamzy, very, very close. I'm not sure if he can actually get out of harm's way here. Nitrous somewhere. Wait, this just means that there's like 4 squads here already. Oh, I only expected 3, but this is pure panic for everyone. Aeon's hitting a beautiful bunch of shots. Now, Nitrous a little bit late to the party, and well, they're the party poopers. They're getting knocked out by the bouncer, and that is ASL and the rest. Aeon, an incredible player, incredible shot as well, has already gotten 3 kills for the rest of his team, and he's not backing down just yet. He needs to go for the heal first. He's still half an HP, but he is just waiting for maybe an offensive push. T-Corps is the one that's nearer to them, but for the moment, he needs to pick up a teammate, and that's Afri somewhere above. Maybe give him a heal, but he probably would just want to position up above to see what was happening, because there it is once again, the attack of the drones. They got to deal with this one because it's such a sneaky way to take down one teammate of you. Little damage, but when you're 1 HP, that is a big knockout tool.
Speaking of knockout, I think someone from Tyrant will be knocked out, and it's gonna be Sad Boy. And there's a lot of kills in our kill feed right now. Someone from Tyrant, someone from CNB, and I think that's a matchup between those two teams, leaving us with 27 players now here. Aeon has been revived there. It's still 3 for them, and they can still hold on to this area, but they also need to go inside the circle, but be also wary of the other teams because it's kind of congested. Like what you said, we have 4 teams here, and I think the other teams has already been eliminated because I can't seem to see them on the map now. So probably ASL and one more team were able to eliminate those other teams. For the escape here, they have a vehicle, but I'm not sure if they're gonna use it though, because it's gonna attract a lot of attentions and probably looting some materials for healing. And He actually has an RPG, and I'm really bad with RPG because I tend to kill my teammates. So I really am amazed with these players utilizing the RPG in every game, and they actually were able to utilize it well. On the other hand, we have another one leaving our game here, and let's move on to Sakalam. I thought they were done for, but they still have one more player playing for their team, probably for placement points. And moving on towards Gemski, this is the team was also at the observatory during the skirmish between the other teams. So they were able to finally escape, but Afri out in the open, taking in some shots from Aomine. But for the flank here, two more players from ASL will be knocked down, but Aomine will be down for is a flank at the right side. But they do have, how many kills is this? Is it 20? 10, I think 10 kills.
Yeah, it actually looked like 20 to me too. Apologies, guys. It is a bit blurry on our end here. So sometimes letters turn into numbers, numbers into letters, and numbers into different numbers. It do be confusing sometimes, but we will try to give you as accurate of the action as possible. And speaking of accurate, well, I'm accurately thinking that ASL is screwed with the positioning that they're in, but thankfully enough, nobody is near just popping shots. They are smack dab in the bottom of the hill. A kill bow, mind you, so easy to punish. But since they are outside of the zone, maybe it is a blessing in disguise here for ASL. Down to about 20-ish teams now. We are going to the nitty and gritty of it. I was expecting big firefights at the start and a bit of a slower pace at the middle because you know that these teams don't want to make any mistakes and they want to get as much information, know where they're going to rotate, pick proper fights, pick smart fights, and not really lose that many teammates in the process. And speaking of not losing teammates in the process, CNB, they're here. This is a team that really struggles and needs the points in their favor. And the actions that they're doing now is the correct actions for that. 3 kills, full 4. This is perfect. Perfect timing for CNB to strike hard and fast in this last round of the day.
Knowing that there are other teams already in front of them, I think they're really playing it safely before they flagged in. And here is the overall view of our map. You can see that there are still teams outside of the circle, such as Tyrant, Terror Team. There are a hefty amount of other teams still playing outside of the circle. And looking at the numbers, yeah, CNB is still a team here with full 4 for a squad in looking promising as they go in, but I think they're gonna bump into team number 5, which is Astig Esports. Let's see if they can outsmart or outplay team Astig here. They are trying to get this area. This is team Astig, so they're holding this particular blue building here. They've already put the vehicle below them, like they parked it in the entrance so that it will be hard for other enemies to go in their cover. So this is C and B, and I think they did not really engage, but trying to relocate themselves in a really good position. But looking at the circle is really small for this amount of players, so they are now forced to be eliminating one another because the circle is really small for all of them. So I think this is what we're waiting for, a fight after one another. Aim, they're just trying to hop, but someone is actually aiming for his head in the process, and that's gonna be hanging for life. While Aim also has another enemy in front of them that's gonna be CNB. So CNB, the Ninth Order, we also have ASL, and then Astig Esports. This is one royal rumble of our teams, and it's really hard, especially for those teams who are not yet inside of the circle, who doesn't have a cover. This will be really, really hard for them, especially it's like what we're spectating right now. The Ninth Order, they don't have a building, they don't have a vehicle, so they're out in the open. On the other hand, Kaiser here, very brave, trying to go and indulge himself into the fights here. And we're about to conclude. It's just a matter of time before we see a lot of fights happening here at Gili Island.
CNB looks like to be getting teammates knocked out left and right. Ninth Order now able to find a vehicle, a buggy, able to push forward a little bit, but it is very easily explodable, and that is going to be all she wrote about it. Out in the open is so many players, out in close proximity, mind you, and this is just pure chaos, pure mess. Ninth Order, they still have one more player up and running. So hopefully he can get into the top 3, if at all ever, because that's going to be their plan, their game plan here. Aztec Esports in a really beautiful spot to just, fantastic spot, excuse me, to just kind of hunker down and fortify as the rest of everybody else is panicking on the outside, looking for better positions to try to follow through. This is the kind of game that you try to go for with Battle Royales, is that when you don't have this proper compound, if there is in the safe zone, when it's very small, you're going to be left out in the open to dry out. And a lot of these teams are getting picked off one after the other. Aztec Esports, Jake, oh, he is going to be fine. He tries to maybe try to push forward as a scouter while his team is going to be holding the fort here for the moment. All right, he's going to be throwing maybe a firecracker or two just to kind of stave off anybody who's holding the higher angle at the corner here, or at the top of the hill here. And Aztec Esports, they are getting stalked slightly by Kapopo, but this player from Santino has nothing to his name. No heals, not really any proper weapons. Maybe just a Bison, but even then, that's not really a big weapon to kind of well utilized. So we'll see how this goes. We'll see how this kind of unravels, as Aztec has the best possible position now between the two teams. We're down to 7 remaining, and Tyrant's Crying has been taken down outside of the zone. So that's Tyrant with about at least a 3rd or 4th placement. So I think their game plan has worked out, but we'll see if that really has affected the overall points of this game, because they didn't really get any kills from what I could tell, comparing that to Aztec, who has 9 perfectly placed for them. And now Aztec is on the roll, on the rotation. Where is this going to bring them? Because I don't think this zone really allows them to just do anything like that. Oh, they spot Santino. Oh, no. Oh, there it is. Santino's going to get wiped off here. Now I'm curious who was left outside of the zone. I know Cool9 Beast is somewhere there. Santino holding for dear life, but plucked away as Aztec Esports come in with full swing with a 3. And now we're down to 4 players remaining. We'll see who the last player is standing up against. Santino, Aztec, excuse me, and the rest.
Yes, and we're just about to conclude the game, and yeah, we're just waiting for that team or player to emerge in, or probably we'll be able to get a look at our map, so they'll be able to see who's that team or player playing the medkit strategy. Because I think we're just down to 4 players, and we still have 3. Oh, I think we've already concluded. We have someone from Sakalam. So it's gonna be Aztec Esports finally claiming our first spot here on our 6th and final game for today at the semifinals. Congratulations to Aztec Esports. And we do have a little something here for our viewers. I think our moderator will be flashing a question, and then we will be picking out the winner. So yeah, stay tuned for the question coming from our moderator.
So you will be waiting for that, guys. You're back here in front of you as we conclude the final round of the day. That only means one thing. We're going to be tallying the points now. We're going to figure out, compute who gets into the top 16, who we will be seeing return tomorrow, because this 24 will be down to that 16. I have a few guesses, but I could be wrong. There is so much happening in that last game, in the last 2 rounds, excuse me, that I have kind of made me question how well I've been tracking the performance and the kills and the points overall of the teams. So we're gonna go for a quick little break here, I believe, guys, unless Nikki is gonna be picking the winner now, or is it gonna be after the break?
I'm not so sure, but all I know is that we will be the moderator will be posting. Oh, okay, so it will be posted in the comments. So yeah, we can go on for a break.
All right, so guys, we're going to go for a break. When we come back, it is going to be the final tally in the semifinals. Don't go anywhere because now all we can do is wait. So, Top Class 2021 Rules of Survival will be coming back after this particular break, and we'll see who is going to be the victor, guys. Welcome back, guys. And we have no more rounds to give you today, but what we can give is the final scores and winners as well from our contest. My name is Asar, and of course, with me now is Nikki, and this is Top Clans 2021 for the Rules of Survival Invitational. Nikki, I think before we conclude our scoring, sir, I think you can pick up our winner already. So I'll give you the floor for that one. Wait, hold on. Maybe points first, I guess. Sorry about that.
Of course. So sitting at 24th place, we have 5 Esports, followed by Bitter Team, for us at 22nd, Elite ID at 21st, Terror Team at 20th, Born to Win at 19th, Taiji at 18th, 4 Valiant Man falling super short there to our top 16 rank, unfortunately. But yeah, good game well played for these teams for participating and experiencing Top Clans. You did very well, guys. Thank you so much for joining. But for our top 16, congratulations too. Holding on to 16th spot, we have Isdom Team, to be followed by Aroy Team at 15th place, J Masters at 14th. We have Team Sakalam at 13th place. We have Team Nitrox at 12th place, Astig Esports at 11th. So the previous round really gave them a really good boost. Don't Me at 10th place, CNB here at 9th place, securing themselves the top 16 spots to advance for tomorrow.
So
and here
that
are
would mean,
yes.
oh yeah, keep going for it. Keep going for it. I'm enjoying this. I'm just watching from the background right now.
Yes, and Tyrant at 8th spot. 7th spot, we have Team Corp. Santino Philippines here at 6th spot. Is Faked at 5th. ASL Assassin's Legion at 4th place. And Malice Esports with 53 points. At 3rd, we have Hydro with 63 points at 2nd. And finally, the Ninth Order still at 1st place here, racking it with 72 points. I don't know how to compute the lead. Do it, Azrai.
So that's a 9-point lead for Ninth Order over Hydro, and then that means 19 points over Malice. But what does curious me is Hydro and Malice were the top 2 and top 3 teams when we finished round 4. 5-6 did not phase them at all. So they really did a fantastic job at racking up so many points. It was only the Ninth Order that went above and beyond. Whatever strategies they did, whatever they were trying to do, they did it flawlessly. And they'll be one of the podium finishers that we do have here at the gold or at the rank 1. And with all said and done, we have our final 16 for tomorrow and Sunday. And that just means this is going to be a finale that you guys will definitely be remembering. And of course, here's our schedule.
Before we end or move on to our schedule for tomorrow, let me just congratulate our winners for our vehicle skin giveaway. Congratulations to Emma Ramirez Timico. She answered the female caster, Nikki. Congratulations, Emma. You just won yourself a new vehicle skin. Congratulations.
Awesome. So, guys, I think that's it for me and Nikki. We're going to be seeing you tomorrow. So, be bright and early, guys, because the Grand Finals is going to go underway. It's going to be a 2-day excursion, and we'll be wanting to see you guys then and there. We're going to be passing it on to our host now, Evangeline, to give you the final outro of this one. So, for the last time, me, Asarai, and Nikki, we're going to be signing off. See you guys tomorrow.
Thank you very much, our wonderful casters. Thank you for your excellent explanation and hard work. Well, guys, today's matches have all ended. We have A, B, C, 3 groups, and they compete with each other. They play differently when they play against different opponents. So today's matches were very fabulous and fascinating. Congratulations to all the winning teams. They contributed a remarkable show for us today. Also, they advanced to tomorrow's Grand Finals. That's gonna be very fantastic. Well, that's the end of the day. Before leaving, we still need to express our gratitude towards our partners again. Special thanks to UU Game Booster, NetEase Fever, Video, Likey, InfoFed, Garayev, TNC, VNG, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and our TV partner EGG Network and TikTok. Thank you for all the love and support. Guys, it's time to say goodbye. Tomorrow we still got matches. That's gonna be the grand finals. You don't wanna miss it, so please don't turn away. And before that, take good care. We'll see you tomorrow.
back, back, back in my
Gucci Louis on my back and my feet so fresh. Gucci Louis on my Gucci Louis on my back and my feet so fresh. Gucci Louis on my back, 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 back. Gucci Louis on my back, back, back. Gucci back, back, back on my back, 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 back in my back, 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 back in my
back, 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 back in my
back, 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 back in my
back, 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 back in back in
back, 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 back in my
back, 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 back in my back, 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 back in my back, 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 guess you're back. Are you gonna tell me where you went? All the messages I sent with no reply. It's like that. You're just gonna walk into my room. I hate how you assume there will always be a place for you. By my side, day or night. You know that it's killing me. Why do you always leave? It's not right. We don't fight, but I know what you've been through. I'll take the pleasure and the pain, the sorrows in your brain, 'cause I know you're on the run. I'll take the pleasure and the pain, your secrets to my right, 'cause you are the only one. 'Cause you are the only one. 'Cause you are the only one. You're the only one. Right. All the pins right. There's no pins right. Let's just right for it. All the pins right. There's no pins right. Let's just right for it. All the pins right. There's no pins right. Let's just right for it. All the pins right. There's no pins right. Let's just right for it. I sent with no reply. It's like that. You're just gonna walk into my room. I hate how you assume there will always be a place for you. By my side,